Good afternoon, everyone, and good morning to our West Coast and Central folks. Ready to get day 2 of TRX started, so appreciate everyone logging in today. We had a fantastic first day of the event, and brought some really interesting content to the discussion, and we'll talk a little bit about that here in a minute. But so thank you all for joining. Again, this is day 2 of our technical review and exchange. We've got a variety of different content that we're going to be walking through today, from an education and workforce development panel to some talks about security and data and how to manage data effectively. Those are becoming really important topics to us, especially as we're maturing as an industry, to make sure that we're taking into consideration these critical other technologies related to additive. Wanted to start off by thanking the folks that we're working with, and we worked really closely with a number of folks in order to put all of this together over the past couple of months, such that we're able to bring this content to you. So first of all, I'd like to thank Ohio State, and you'll hear from them here in a minute. I will introduce that team, and we will get started with their update. But they've been a big part of pulling this all together. For those of you that weren't here yesterday, we're going to recap a little bit of content just to make sure you didn't miss out on something that's important. But initially this event was intended to be live on site, and that didn't quite work out. So Ed and team, we're able to keep working with us and really helped us develop this content. And then our partners at Link 3D were a huge part of making this all come together. I'll be bringing Andera to the stage in a little bit to talk to you. But first of all, I wanted to just kind of talk a little bit about what we're trying to accomplish today, while recapping a couple of other items. So if you were interested in what you heard yesterday, and hopefully you will be again today, we've got a number of other ways that you can continue to stay engaged with the Institute moving forward. As we all know, we're living in a virtual world, and will continue to be for many months, it appears. So we're trying to bring a variety of content through different formats to continue to get as many people as we can engaged in the discussion. So some ways that we're going to be doing that in the near term. The next event that we're holding, kind of, I guess, in addition to the webinars that we hold monthly, we have a webinar coming up in a couple of weeks. And then we're having our 4th installation of the Game Days series that we've been holding. We utilize this same platform in order to do that. And that will be a moderated discussion with networking afterwards on September 10th. And in that discussion, we're going to be looking at the future of additive manufacturing. So we'll be bringing together a panel of experts there to talk about, where are we going? Where is our industry at today? But most importantly, where are we going in the future? We also have our members meeting and exchange, which is known as MMX, which is the biggest event that we put on over the course of the year. Sad to say that it's not going to be in Youngstown this year, just due to restrictions. But we're planning on continuing to deliver that same type of content. Typically, that program is more programmatic in nature, so it's more strategic. We talk more about where we're at, where we're going as an industry, talk through trends, bring different perspectives, perspectives like what Mr. Rob Gold provided yesterday, but from a variety of different, organizations and agencies. That will be held on October 13th and 14th. We'll be utilizing Remo again in order to do that. You can see in the chat window there, I see Tara already uploaded the link. The registration for that is open. Registration for game day is also open, so there'll be links on the side, and we'll make sure you're monitoring our social channels. That's the best way to keep track of what's going on. Correction, registration opening soon. So that all being said, we're continuing with a variety of events coming up. Another way that you can get engaged or, get better informed on some of what's going on in the additive manufacturing community. We've been working pretty closely with the Air Force, and if you're not familiar, there is a event or really a series of challenges that they're putting on right now that's called the Advanced Manufacturing Olympics. I would check it out. We'll make sure we put a link over in the chat window for this as well. And within this program, there's a series of different, pretty diverse challenges. There's a challenge on supply chain. There's one about tech data and development of tech data packages such that we can transfer them. That'll relate really nicely to the talk that we have this afternoon by Booz Allen. There's a event specifically focused on materials and the hurdles related to materials. There's one about approvals. So what does it take to get a part to the point that it can be approved for use? And then finally, there's one that is focused on reverse engineering. So I'd encourage you to go dig into that series of challenges. One of the events associated with that's going to actually be a panel that is going to be hosted on August 12th. So next week, and America Makes is teamed up with the folks at RSO, the Rapid Sustainment Office, to put together a panel. It's part of an event called Ask Me Anything. And within that event, there's going to be two different leaders from the Air Force talking for a portion of the event. And then in the second half of the event, it's a 2-hour event, will be a panel discussion with a few of our members who played very significant roles in the fight against COVID, especially in the initial phases of COVID. So we're going to be discussing a really interesting reality that we're dealing with right now. We all realize additive manufacturing has played a significant role in the response to COVID. And the question that we were asked at America Makes by the Air Force is, that's important and meaningful, but how do we take advantage of that? What is it that we learned that we can leverage and move forward to impact supply chain, impact recovery, impact resiliency, such that we're able to take advantage of this and whether that's the updating of process or system, regulatory guidance, et cetera. How do we learn from this so that we're more efficient and effective in our ability to sustain the much needed aircraft and components to our Department of Defense? So that's coming up on August 12th. We have 3 different members who are going to be expressing their very specific stories. And then most of the time is going to be a panel discussion. So we encourage you to participate in that, get questions answered or asked and then answered. And it's really going to focus on the future. Where does additive have the potential to fit in as we move forward as an industry? So really looking forward to that. The Olympics event, much of the first phase of that is, to the point where you had to have already submitted. They're going to actually be announcing a number of those teams that were selected at the event on August 12th. But there's a series of events on October 20 through 23 over the course of those 4 days that you can interact with and engage. So really encourage you to take a look at that. So as we kind of think about, those are all opportunities to continue to get engaged. But in front of us today is a fantastic opportunity to look at a variety of just challenges and opportunities facing our industry, from education and workforce development. We have an entire panel of diverse experts who are going to be coming together and talking about education of the workforce, obviously, specifically as it relates to additive manufacturing. We're then going to transition into a discussion on a couple of programs that are taking place within the state of Ohio, which is where we're located at America Makes. Again, there's a training program included within that, focused on earlier education and getting the technology to the point that when employers are looking for trained folks, they have some training within the technology, and then there's a regionalization component to that as well. So we'll be talking through all of that, and then kind of transitioning into some discussions around data and how are we handling data and what is what are the important considerations when managing additive, data for advanced and additive manufacturing, components, etc. As well as a couple of project updates, and then a talk around really focused on security and how do we make sure we have a handle on the entire kind of value chain around additive manufacturing and are treating that in a proper manner. So I'm really looking forward to that talk later today. So lots of really interesting ways to engage. Again, the only way any of this works is if you get engaged. So if you weren't here tomorrow, or if you weren't here yesterday, you need to get involved. So there's a very active chat window that you can see where a lot of folks are posting information about events that are taking place and some of the stuff, different topics I just spoke through. When we get into the individual talks, we're going to really ask that folks transition over to the Q&A tab, where you'll ask specific questions of the person on stage. But again, this only works if you interact. Virtual events aren't the most interesting thing to interact with for 5 hours unless you're somehow engaging with the person that's on the virtual stage. So really encourage you to look at doing that. So I now want to hand it over to our partners at Link3D and Ondera, who is going to talk to you a little bit about what they do, just to make sure that's clear. We provided an opportunity yesterday for that, but again, they've been so helpful in helping us through our journey here. The reality is they do other things too. So please make sure you know that. Ondera, over to you.
Thank you, John. And hello, everyone. Thanks for joining today. For those of you that weren't here yesterday, my name's Ondera Schroeder, and I'm the Global Marketing Manager for Link3D. And as I said yesterday, as many of you might think, Link3D is an events company. We are not. So Link3D is actually a workflow, MES, and QMS software solution designed to help organizations scale their additive operations. But the reason why we've been doing so many virtual events that we found during the time of working from home and the cancellation of physical events like TRX, we still wanted to gather with the community and continue pushing innovation through the collaboration with the industry by helping host these virtual events. So with that, thank you for being a part of this today. It's going to be great. And before we begin, I just wanted to go over a few tips for using this Remo platform as well. So for best connection, we do advise that you use your computer rather than a phone or a tablet, and try to use a Google Chrome browser as well. It just works best for connection. And then you may also have to check your computer and your Chrome settings to allow for camera and microphone access. And we've also found that if you have a VPN, sometimes that might block it as well. So you may have to either disable that or try to use a different device. And if you're still having trouble viewing presentations, try refreshing the page. And for any other connection issues, you can send a message in the general chat or to Tara's server. My direct chat is not working properly and I'm not seeing all the messages. So just fair warning there. If you send me a message, I might not get it, so I'm sorry. So thank you very much, and I'll hand it back over to John. Looking forward to it.
Awesome. Thank you, Ondera. So one other thing, if you'll notice, there's in the right-hand side, there's something called participants. You can quickly scroll through everyone that is currently logged in. I'm very happy to say we had almost 400 unique users call in yesterday or participate in the virtual event. So that's fantastic. A lot of folks come in and out. So it's something you can actively monitor, is that participant windows. You can just simply start typing names in, and anyone who aligns to that will show up. You can do private chatting with them as well. So I would encourage you to pay attention to the little bubbles over chat and participants and Q&A, just so you're tracking that. On the Q&A portion, you'll notice that questions get asked. You actually have the opportunity to vote those up and down. That's really what we pay attention to when facilitating and moderating the discussion, to make sure that we're addressing the questions that are of most interest to the community at large. So again, encourage you to actively monitor that and vote up and down questions. Refresh. That's the thing that I've found in a lot of the networking afterwards, people that's had problems, even sometimes having to do it 2 and 3 times, it ultimately solved their problem. So if you've got any questions, again, send them over in the chat. But I'm really excited to get this started today. I would like to invite Ed Herderick to the stage, and he is going to kind of bring us up to speed on some of the activities that OSU is doing. Again, this would have been a face-to-face part of the normal interaction where we provide them some opportunity to show off what they're working on. So Ed now gets to do that via his smiling face. So over to you, Ed.
Thanks, John. And then if we can pull Nate Ames up to the stage, and I'll introduce him here. Nate, if you can hear me, if you click camera on and mic on, hopefully it'll bring you up.
There we go.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, thanks everyone. Thanks, John. Really excited for a great day 2 here. Emphasis is going to be on education and workforce development. We're doing a lot of really neat things and sort of experimenting with different approaches to education workforce development at OSU and specifically at CDME. And so really excited for the opportunity to share that with you. I'd like to introduce my friend and colleague, Nate Ames, who's Executive Director of CDME. Just a quick bio on Nate. So he's a proud graduate of the OSU Welding Engineering program at Ohio State, really one of our points of pride and definitely one of the precursor sort of foundational disciplines for additive manufacturing. Nate's had a really interesting career in terms of different businesses he's worked at, Swagelok. He and I met during our time together at Edison Welding Institute in Columbus. He's done some entrepreneurial things. And for the past 5 years, he's been working and leading this project at OSU to launch the CDME. So he was employee number 1 back in 2015. So really excited to hear about different things that we've been doing on education workforce development. So Nate, you should be able to share your screen there in the bottom center. And then there's Q&A in the top right if you see that. I'll help moderate that.
Okay, so I am sharing my screen, but I can't see the chat. So Ed, if you can, I don't know if somebody can help, I'll try to jump in and out of the screen, I suppose. So first, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to talk. I'll tell you, I think I'm a little more nervous right now than I was 15 or 20 minutes ago, knowing that I'm being followed up by Emily DeRocco, who's kind of the leader in workforce development across the whole country. Just puts everything I say at question. I titled the slide, "A Grand Experiment in Education and Workforce Development." And I didn't have that on there originally. I think I started out with the real generic, just show my name and contact information. And then I realized that the intent of this event is to have communication back and forth, where we're all kind of talking about things rather than just presenting. Hold on a second. I'm going to try to change this around a little bit. Sorry, I'm trying to make it a little bit easier for me to see what people are asking. Okay, so anyway, with the intent being to communicate back and forth, I think it's better to just talk about the trials and tribulations of the center, what we've gone through, and maybe hopefully
Can you go to full screen mode? Sorry, real quick.
Is that better?
Or then you can't see the chat. Is that the
right, I can't see the chat then.
Okay. I think
we can just butt in with questions if something seems like it is urgent to ask. So I would just expand it, and we'll let you know if there's something that needs addressed.
Okay, we can do that. Can you still see the slides? Here.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, anyway, so we'll just jump in. So I thought what I'd do is start off with a little bit of a story. So Megan Imwall was one of our students. She was actually the very first student in the College of Engineering's Center for Design and Manufacturing that was not an engineering student. So we hired her originally in 2016 or late, I guess 2016. You can see it, her degree, she's an industrial design major, or was an industrial design major in the College of Arts and Science. And the reason I wanted to show her is while we care about applied engineering, one of the things that makes the center tick is that we're multidisciplinary. In fact, I usually say we're discipline agnostic. So when Megan came into the center, the only thing that she had under her belt was the classes she had taken in industrial design. And we quickly got her integrated into several programs throughout her throughout her time in the center. She got involved in 5 major programs and probably 20 smaller programs. And I think what makes her story and all of our students' stories unique is that when they work for us, they don't just work on one project with one faculty member and one end customer and a team of grad students. They work on a whole bunch, and they're kind of tasked with the real world responsibility of balancing their projects and balancing their school life and figuring out how to communicate with different groups around campus. So you can see Megan, throughout her time, she was involved in project teams that included veterinary medicine, biomedical engineering, Wexner Med Center, ISE, MSE, ECE, computer science, almost all of the degrees in the College of Engineering and a few in the College of Medicine. She worked on things ranging from biomedical devices to a vending machine for airports. And she was a lead. By the time she graduated, she was very proficient in the center. She kind of ended on the note of leading a program for mechanical testing. So again, remember, she's not an engineering student, but her last major project in the center was doing a mechanical testing program for a customer, where she ended up having to become proficient in tensile testing, fatigue testing, bend testing, understanding and interpreting ASTM codes, and she became our first kind of expert in DIC, which is the one picture in the bottom there where she's speckling some parts. Anyway, she was at the center 3 years. She did a few internships, 2 of which were with Honda R&D. When she graduated, she ended up having offers from almost every company that she had worked with in the center, and with Honda. She ended up taking the position with Honda, and she's I think a good storyboard for what we're trying to do because of the kind of diversity of her being in the center as a non-engineering student, all the things she was exposed to, and how it impacted her graduation and career path. Okay, did the slide change? Hopefully, yes. Okay, so with this is where kind of conversational part comes into play. I wanted to tell you what we've heard, or what we heard early on from our customers. Remembering that in the center, we've always from day one thought our purpose in life was to translate technology. We were, stomping our foot, pounding our fist, saying we're applied engineering. We're not fundamental research. We don't, we used to even say things as far as we don't do students. We were very focused on applied engineering product development. As we would try to sell projects to companies, within the first 6 months of the center opening its doors, we started to hear feedback, and the feedback was never about the projects. It was always about the opportunity with students. And our customers, we built a little graphic that you see, but it shows what we heard from our customers. This is how they view an employee right as they graduate from university. The bulk of the foundation of that employee is predicated on their undergraduate experience or their undergraduate degree. A component of them is based on their capstone or senior project experience. And we heard a lot of feedback that the more multidisciplinary that capstone project is, the better the student works out in the end in the company. a big chunk of their hiring preference and experience base came from the co-op and internship experience that the student had. Even if it wasn't with their company, they wanted to see a lot of co-op and internship rotations. They told us that tended to make a better employee on hire, which I think those first three we all understand, we all kind of know intuitively. The last one, the one on the top, we also know, but we don't talk about it very much in the university, that some component, I don't know the percentage, 30, 40%, some big component of a new hire's onboarding and training is incumbent on the company that hires them, right? The interaction with HR, the onboarding process, becoming culturally ingrained in the organization, drinking the Kool-Aid, wearing the shirts, all of that stuff. That's something that doesn't happen until you're employed. And we kind of take for granted the skills training. So most of us have gone like time management and different training programs like that after we started our career. That's a big chunk of the onboarding programs that companies have. We started to hear feedback as we got closer and closer with companies. They gave us more and more feedback, like the time for a new hire from university to be productive, to hit full productivity in a company is somewhere around 24 months. And we heard everything from 18 to 30 months, but average around 2 years for somebody to really be fully productive in an organization. Co-op retention rates were lower than I expected. So the average seems to be just under 50% from the companies that were talking to us. New hire retention rates were decreasing. So as these co-ops, as they hired somebody into the organization, they tended to leave quicker and quicker than they did in the past. It used to be 5 years. It's now getting somebody to stay for 2 years is tough. New hire mobility is decreasing. Again, this was a surprise for me because I traveled so much when I first got out of school. New hires from university don't like to move. They know where they want to live, and they don't want to move from that location. And they will turn down a job if they think it's going to force them to move early in their career. And then the last that we hear all the time is the more multidisciplinary they are in school, the better they are as a performer. So we kind of struggled to reconcile this information early in the center's life, because our mission has always been underpinned by the advancement of manufacturing competitiveness for the United States. To us, and I don't know, maybe our ethereal position or whatever, I always thought that meant technology. Advanced manufacturing competitiveness means commercialize more products, develop more products. The epiphany moment was when we realized, or I realized, the team realized, that manufacturing competitiveness, only part of that is product and technology. The other part, and the most complicated and important part, is the students. When you onboard somebody, when you hire somebody, the better they are at understanding your product and what it takes to keep your products running through the manufacturing facility, the more competitive you are, regardless of what IP you own or purchase. So then we went back and we took that same graphic and we said, how can we use that information to adjust our conversation? I'm going to start with the little chart on the right. So we didn't invent this. This has been around for a long time. A typical hire, the arrow on the far right. The goal of a company is to get that new hire to their target productivity as quickly as possible. And what we heard was, for most of our customers, that takes around 2 years for them to reach peak productivity. Folks have told us, and there's tons and tons of published data out there, that the more co-ops and interns they do, the sooner the student or the employee reaches peak productivity or target productivity. What we're proposing, or what we proposed with the center and how we're operating it, is that if we could build out, if we think of what we do as almost like a professional apprenticeship, we can, if we add that on top of the internship and on top of the foundational undergraduate degree that they're getting at the university, we should be able to increase the point at which the productivity at which they were hired at, and also decrease the time to reach target productivity. A key thing that I say a lot when I show graphs like this is that it will never be zero. There's nothing we can do in the university to make your onboarding time zero. There's always going to be a big chunk that has to happen in the organization. The financial piece behind this, we started to find reports. Deloitte & Touche in 2018 published an aerospace and defense report. One of the things that they put in there is that the average profitability per person once they're fully onboarded is about $356,000 a year per person. So if we just do in real simple, non-fancy math, if we say that between co-op and internships and adding a professional apprenticeship, if we could knock 9 to 12 months off of the onboarding time or the time to reach target productivity for a student or a new hire, that's in terms of the total return on investment for that individual, you had almost $400,000 of return on investment for the person, and it didn't really cost very much, right? The cost to do this program that we're working on here in the center, the cost is pretty low in the grand scheme of things. In fact, it's close to equivalent to the cost of what a co-op already costs you. So you take a co-op, and if you double that cost, that's about what we're trying to do costs. Anyway, the point is, the more experience we can get on the students, and the more we can get them engaged with industry early on, the more productive they become sooner in their career, which puts more money in the hands of the companies they work for. So with that, I wanted to talk a little bit about how the center is set up, or kind of what our defining characteristics are. The only way that this works, or at least the only way I think it works, is that if everybody has an agreement on this, the underpinning theory that a rising tide lifts all boats. So if we go back to the Megan example, if Honda, and this is completely fictitious, this didn't happen, just as an example, if Honda had come in and said, we really like Megan, and they invested money just to support Megan throughout her career, that would have been great, and they ended up hiring her. But as soon had she said, I don't really want to go work for Honda, I want to go work for somebody else, then the financial model for supporting an individual person starts to fall apart really quickly if you tag it to an individual. What makes more sense is if we support a program and the projects end up being customer specific, but the undergraduate or the workforce program is not tied to an individual student, then it works out much better, because if there's going to be students that you like and you want to invest more time in, there's going to be others that you didn't know exist, that just through interaction they will find you and you will find them, kind of self-selection both ways. The way we've been managing this, we have a team of about 25 full-time people in the center, full-time staff, so engineers, technicians, program managers. We have the 5,000 faculty at OSU that we can collaborate with just on main campus. We're growing our student portfolio every day, and the student portfolio, like I mentioned earlier, is degree agnostic. It tends to be heavily engineering based, but it does cross-cut almost the entire campus. And then we have a pretty unique facility. So our center is ITAR and EAR compliant. We have lots of really big equipment. We're just shy of about 30,000 square feet, majority of which is high bay, kind of looks and feels like a manufacturing facility. We use that to do skills development, and we're still figuring out how to make this piece of the program work. We want to provide specific training for the students as they matriculate through their academic career. The trick is we want the skills development to align with our customers. So until we get all the financial model figured out, it's a little bit hard to guess what industry wants, because we don't have everybody on board yet with the program. And then the little flags that you see on the right are kind of, I guess, commensurate with where we stuck a flag in the ground. So we have a very strong entrepreneurship program. The center runs I-Corps at Ohio. Michael Camp is the director of that. He's also the university's PI for OFRN and the APEX program. all very entrepreneurial facing. We have our lab services group where we do mechanical testing and machining for the rest of the university. We do quite a bit in defense and security or cybersecurity. We have a artificial intelligence and machine learning program. Ed, of course, runs our additive lab and additive program. We're just kicking off a substantial biomedical program, and everything in the center is overarched by our program management. So we try to be very strong in program management and training our students to be strong in program management. So the status of our experiment, we are still figuring it out every day, and it's exciting that our early thesis, we're starting to collect data that supports that we're headed in the right direction. In the last 5.5 or 6 years, we've executed 440-ish, and I think it's actually 442 as of this morning, externally funded projects, and those projects are high TRL, applied engineering, product development programs. They were funded by nominally by 145 commercial customers, some of which cost matched with federal dollars, some not. Average project size is about $75K, and most of our programs last about 5 to 6 months. That's on the project work side. On the student side, in the center, we've had 167 undergraduate students working for us. These students are represented by 39 different majors and 4 colleges across campus. I'll show a little bit more detail on that here in a minute. Most of the students graduate from the center and from the university with between 3,000 and 4,000 hours of experience. So working with their hands in a manufacturing product development environment across multiple projects from biomed to defense. The graph on the bottom was something I'm going to hit on a little bit later, but I want to make sure I stuck it on this slide too. So the blue bars show our student employment over time. We're currently at about 80. Well, this is 2020, so ending in June of last year, we were at about 85 undergraduate students in the center. We do not have graduate students. We're not a tenure initiating unit or anything. We don't supply graduate degrees. Of the 85 students we had last year, just shy of 30 were underrepresented minorities. And I've set a goal for the center. I'd like to have half of our students be underrepresented minorities. And what we've found is that by starting as freshmen, I don't want to make this sound silly, but it's easier to get underrepresented minorities into manufacturing, into this design and manufacturing space if we start early. If we wait, I think everybody's seen this. Whether you're talking about high school or elementary school, it's the same story. The earlier we get people engaged, the more they understand what the degree is and what the field looks like, and the more inclined they are to stay engaged and stay in that program long term. Biggest hurdle we've encountered. So for our program to work, students and projects have to be inseparable. And we can't take a project from somebody and not involve students. And similarly, we can't have funding for students without a project. And the phrase that I coin frequently in the center is, you just can't fake real, right? You can't. We've all been through it. We've all worked through it in our careers. There's no way to fake or imagine what it's like to not deliver a product on time, to know that the plant's not going to turn on, to know that somebody may not get paid, that a family might lose their job, like all those emotional things that are scary because they impact someone's livelihood, someone's life, someone's family. That's an experience that has to be real. And in order for it to be real, the projects the students are working on have to be real. Right? I don't want the students to do a made up project on a made up product development program. I want them to do an actual product development project that has a delivery date and a board of directors waiting, kind of chomping at the bit to see how that product hits the market space. With that said, projects cost money and students cost money. And the feedback that we've heard, it's never been confrontational, it's just been feedback, is that the money that's in organizations to support workforce and recruiting sits in one bucket, and the money that's that's set aside for applied engineering and product development sits in another bucket, and those two buckets don't mix very well. You know, it's kind of, they're the same money, but they don't flow together easily or flow out of the organization easily when they're intermingled. So what we're trying to do to help, I guess, calm the waves or steady it is go after federal programs that support workforce development. We are a university, so we're actively looking for philanthropic donations that are centered around kind of novel workforce development approaches. And right now we're trying to develop an adder to our current model that better aligns with what human resource professionals are expecting. So the next two slides are completely future tense. This is the model that is real time being developed. It's not in play yet. We're still talking with organizations about it. We're trying to talk about the value proposition to the HR professional and to the executives in the organization that we can offer. So the one thing is we can, by executing the center and connecting it with an organization in a deeper and more meaningful way, we believe we can lower the recruiting costs. So it's almost like you're promoting within. If you've been working side by side and with a team of 85 to 100 students for 4 years, those students get to know you, they know your culture, they're hopefully wearing your t-shirts, they've been to your facility. You know, those are all things we want to do. Is we want the students and the company to work together. We want to provide, to make this work, our expectations, we would provide a place for the company in the center. So whenever possible, whether we call them a visiting scientist or they're just a sponsored guest in the center, Company X has a desk in the center where they're interacting every day on their projects and with the students. So they're kind of testing each other. Students are testing them and they're testing the students. There is some opportunity in this model for more organic projects. So a lot of the research that occurs in the core of the university is federally funded. The more time industry spends on campus, the more faculty get to know them. The more faculty get to know them and understand their needs, the better the proposals that go into the federal entities are. So those companies, just by having a seat there, will likely get involved in federal opportunities, which gives them more opportunity to leverage their funds. And then workforce diversity. So I mentioned this once before. By starting really early, it's easier to predict and plan diversity, and not just underrepresented minority diversity, but also degree diversity. So using Megan as an example, she became a very, very good engineer, but her degree is industrial design. So she's bringing that, like merging the right and left brain together in a single individual, because she had the opportunity to push her boundaries in both spaces. And then the one that's probably most obvious of all of them is brand awareness. Just being here on campus all the time with the students and the faculty, everybody gets to know your organization and what you stand for. The more they understand what you stand for, the more people will self-select to your company because they stand for the same things. The little graphic, so on the right, those are all of the represented degrees in the center right now, or over the last year and a half or so. We're just kicking off this year. And then the OSU logo, that's showing the split of the percentage of students from each college. We had about 71 last year, about 71% of our students came from the College of Engineering, 10% from Fisher College of Business, 16 from Arts and Science, and 3 from Agriculture. As part of this new proposed model, I'll try to go fast here so Ed can talk too. We've thrown out some ideas of what it would look like. So the students would spend time in the center. So each one of their fall and summer, just if they run a 4-year degree concept, they would work in the center. They would go to the company each summer. While they were in the summer, the company would be with them in the center. But the whole time, whether they're offsite or onsite at the university, they're working on the company's projects as well as other organizations' projects. So again, that tide lifts all boats. For this to work, we wouldn't want one company. We would hope that this would be times 6 or 10, right? Have 10 companies in the center all supporting lots of students, all engaged with lots of students. You could also spread the same concept out over 5 years, so the students could do a couple back-to-back sessions at the organization. And then I think these slides are going to be given out later, so I'm not going to read through these, but I just want to point out that the thing that keeps me going and keeps me staying up late to work on the center and try to figure all these crazy models out and figure out how to make us sustainable are the students. So, just saying it, you get kind of chills on your arm. Every single student we've had, when they leave, they send us amazing emails and they give us these quotes that you couldn't make up, right? These kids they're unbelievably grateful for what they experienced. And the part that you have to be careful not to cry when you talk about is when one of the kids' parents calls you and they're just completely floored by the job opportunities and the experience their kid got. And some of them, their kids change careers during university because of the experience they had in the center. And they go on to do something that they just love every minute of. Like that, holy cow. That's why we do this, right? So our message is getting out. So this was just a little bit, I feel like I had the opportunity, I want to tip our hat a little bit. The message is getting out. There's been a couple articles published on what we're trying to do. I honed in on this one because OSU's football team is definitely a dominant force. It felt kind of cool, I suppose, to be compared to the football team. We're trying really, really hard to do something awesome. And I don't know if we found it yet, but I feel like we have enough data that says we're headed in the right direction. The next bit of the talk is going to be Ed. So I'm going to hand off to Ed Herderick now. I think we'll take questions at the end, but Ed's going to talk about how we've taken this model that we've been working on for the last several years, and he's working with industry to add an incumbent workforce training component to it. So with that, Ed, if you want to try to take over.
Yep. Okay, and we do have a couple questions. So yeah, I'm going to run through. So thanks for the questions, everyone. Really appreciate it. So let me run through my slides, and then we'll come back to a few of the questions at the end. So keep them coming. Okay, let me share my screen here. Okay. All right. Before I launch into this is kind of connected to EWD. I just really briefly wanted to mention collaboration that we have with OSU Fisher College of Business, Professor Elliot Bendeley there, and a number of colleagues, including also partners with America Makes, on a operations and supply chain management project we're working on. I meant to mention this yesterday. Again, the slides will be distributed, so you'll have a chance to look at that. But we're doing some neat things with supply chain and operations management. And kind of maybe an interesting connecting theme here is that we talk a lot about education and workforce development. So just kind of wanted to mention that here at the beginning. Okay, so this is where I want to start. So again, kind of trying to get people psyched up here. We showed the marching band yesterday. So people that have been around Ohio State or know Ohio State well, maybe are familiar with this quote and this person, this legend, Woody Hayes, who was a coach for Ohio State in the late 70s and early 80s. And this quote is all over campus. It's in the football stadium. It's at our athletic training facility, which is actually the football center called the Woody Hayes Athletic Center. And he wrote a book by the same title, gave a lot of talks, but it's you win with people. And it's a really simple 4-word phrase, but I think it really kind of captures the whole essence of what we're trying to do. I think we all share Nate's passion for student development. And I really think this is a nice summary of where that passion comes from. This is really in our DNA as educators. Okay, so talking about some of the work that we're doing specifically in additive manufacturing and work with continuing professionals is kind of what I want to highlight here for the next 5 or 10 minutes. our emphasis is really on soup to nuts design, printing, and post-process training. So basically, we want to be able to have, whether they're undergraduate students like Nate was talking about, graduate student researchers that maybe have different topics they're working on, or uniformed service members, or professionals that want to learn about additive. We want them to be able to come to our center and do training at every step of the process. I mean, I think all of us that are practitioners in additive manufacturing really appreciate kind of the value stream nature of how disruptive this digital technology is. But certainly we want to match that with our hands-on experiential learning. I'm going to talk about some projects that we've done with a program called the America Makes Academy. And that's really this great training vehicle that we worked with Josh Kramer and the whole team on, developing programming there. Although I do want to emphasize that program is ongoing, but then we also have other training opportunities, just to highlight the collaboration with America Makes and our partners. And really the key here is that everything Nate talked about, right, that we're developing for the undergraduates, it's really a virtuous cycle that we're trying to bring that to bear in terms of our continuing education. And he talked about getting the undergraduates involved on projects that also includes training, right? So people may come in, and some of the slides I have where it's like, okay, they want to learn a specific element of additive manufacturing. Well, I'm inviting students to participate in that training and co-mentoring, and it's a really great interaction. So again, in the interest of time, I'm not going to read off all the details here. This is from one of our recording slides, and again, you'll get these slides. But just for folks that aren't aware of the Academy program, it stands for Advanced Curriculum in Additive Design, Engineering, and Manufacturing Innovation, and it's part of the America Makes portfolio. It's been going on for a number of different years. We have a lot of voice of the customer, and are really excited about continuing to grow that activity. This is just a quick snapshot of the partners from the last couple of training courses we did. So this was in collaboration with the Lanterman Group, Progo Precision Additive, where I mentioned a little bit about yesterday, and I was participating in the call, Autodesk, and FreshMade 3D. And so, again, keeping it light, just giving you some highlights. Here are some pictures from the most recent class that we held at Ohio State. When I mention soup to nuts, I really mean both the digital and physical. Starting in the left, upper left tile, so we start with a reverse engineering exercise, creating the files. And this is with our partners, FreshMade 3D, came and helped us teach that. We actually printed metal parts during the course. And so you can see the logo there for Progo Precision Additive, so we partnered with them. And we had some industrial parts on there in those brackets. We also had some fun parts, so I don't know if you can see it. Maybe if you can see my cursor, it'll pop up. We have a little stormtrooper guy, so sort of teaching the students about build plates and supports, and you can see we had some failed support there, so there's no substitute in learning about metal additive than failing a build. Certainly they don't tell you that in the advertisements, but certainly that's a key part to learning and becoming a practitioner. We used Autodesk NetFab for the part preparation. And so here's an image of the students. So they all have their own laptops, and they're able to run the software hands-on. Here's an image here, and there's David Schick from Progo hiding behind the class, so they get experience in what it's like to set up the metal printer. We do a could versus should exercise. So again, this is one that we all really enjoy because, of course, additive is great and everybody wants to print everything in additive, but sort of thinking through ROI, cost, part consolidation, all those details. We do that together with the students, and we have a lot of different case studies at the CDME. And then tying it all together, we also do material evaluation. So here's an image of Ryan Brune, one of our engineers in the additive team, doing hardness testing. So examining the different mechanical properties of additive versus traditionally made parts. And again, just a couple highlights. I won't read all the quotes here. This is from a class that we partnered with YBI. So this is in the YBI conference room, teaching a bunch of engineers from the Army about additive design. And we also, again, did some hands-on printing work on the 3D Systems Pro X down in the basement there. This was another one. So these are students doing the actual measurements of parts in our lab at CDME. And again, the reason why I share these images is I just want to emphasize we're really focused on hands-on education. So there's lots of great opportunities out there for different elements of online education and classroom education. And our lab is really emphasizing that sort of, you got to touch it, you got to learn how to break it, not break it, part failure, all those different things in terms of learning about additive. One of the things that, as part of this program, we're really diligent about measuring the advancement of the students. So it's a little bit of an eye chart down at the bottom there, but across every module that's presented to the students over the course of, say, a 5-day residential training opportunity, we measure how they rate themselves before and after. And so the blue line is how the students are self-rating prior to taking the class. And then the red line, you can see the improvement across all the different dimensions about what they're taking away from the class and taking back to their home groups, home companies. And so we have a lot of data on that over the course of many classes. So Academy's trained about 400 students, and we've directly participated with about 150. So just some closing thoughts here. So again, Nate talked about it. I talked about it in the context of additive. So education and workforce development is a core foundation. Almost, I could replace that A with a is maybe the core foundation of the CDME mission. We really emphasize hands-on experiences in education. We have some exciting new things that we're working on. It's maybe a little bit early to provide a concrete update, but we, in collaboration with some partners, Lanterman Group and MIT, have a SBIR that we're collaborating on with OSD Mantech around taking some of this content virtual. And then we're also talking about how we do things like AR, VR, gamification, all these things that are certainly important, but just getting more and more important with COVID and telework and all those things. And again, maybe the last thing there I'll just mention is this is a dynamic set of activities. So we have ongoing opportunities for partnering with OSU and CDME. We're always looking to talk to other universities and centers and share best practices. And so we really value our partnership with America Makes and look forward to continued conversations. So with that, that's the end of my slides. Okay. And I'm getting a text here. Okay, so we have time for about one or two questions. So Nate, I don't know, can you see the Q&A over there?
Yeah, so I'll answer the one that has the most upvotes is related to how do we motivate students? Of course, now it's tied. So the real-time nature, I suppose. How do we motivate students like Megan? She was just so I'm clear, she was one example. We have that slide, that format, kind of the student success story. We try to do a success story on every student that graduates, and the large majority of them look like Megan. Right? They're not 71% last year were College of Engineering students, but they all have a similar. We want to get them on lots of projects. We get them in with lots of customers, with lots of colleagues. Right? They all have a similar portfolio when they graduate. The thing I would say that I said it once, and anybody that talks to me, you'll hear me say it again. The way to motivate them is by not trying to fake real. So these kids they're inundated with class, right? They know how to get an A. They know what it takes to squeak a B by. they want to be awesome. Like everybody jokes about the Gen Xers and whatever millennials and everything, that they graduate from college and their expectation is within 2 months they're going to be the vice president. That's true. The good side to that is they want to be heroes. Like they want a challenge. And if you don't try to fake it, if you put them in an environment where it's hard, that they'll most of the time they step up to the challenge, right? I think what I would say, or what I've experienced, and Ed can give his comments or his feedback for his students. The more I push the students to behave like they're a full-time employee at a company, the more they step up to the challenge and the harder they work. The more you kind of step back and let them take a breath, the more they hide. Right. And that, I think we've probably all seen it, but it's very clear in a center like ours. If we don't push the students, their inclination is to get a B, right? They're okay to scrape by, but if you push them, they outwork whatever your expectations are.
Yeah, and maybe just to add to that with a brief comment, and then maybe we'll try really quick to do some other Q&A, and then I know Tara and John are ready for the panel. So I think the key is that, to emphasize that, Nate, right, is letting them interact with the customers, right, and encouraging them to participate in the customer meetings. Mm-hmm. And again, this is where certain types of projects are amenable to that, but they really do rise to the occasion, right? If you sort of, with coaching, throw them into the fire. Yep. So maybe one last comment, John, and then I know I'm getting the hook. One really quick comment. So there were a couple questions on collaboration with other OSU centers, regional campuses. So what I would say is we're very open. We're very open to conversation. We're very open to having people come in and use the equipment as a user facility. And that's kind of our mantra. So I noticed there was a question about Magix and so again, we're a user facility, within reason. We don't tell people no. So we encourage people to come reach out to us and sort of help people along depending on where they're at in their journey or not. Maybe it's just a little bit of coaching, maybe it's physical equipment. And certainly that's true with all of our OSU regional campuses. But I would say too, I mean, I go out and talk to other universities. I went and gave a seminar at ASU where talked about some of these things, have done a lot of work with YSU and we're very open, right? We really are motivated to help the students. And we really think that openness is a strength. Yeah. So John, I don't know, Nate, maybe you could chime in for like 1 second.
Yeah. I just want the last question that was posted. How do we find the students? So this has been a lesson, right? We've been learning every day that the center's been open. When we first started, there's the like internal joke is, how many degrees of freedom are you from David Marshall? He was our very first student. And for the first 2 years, it was, well, David's roommate's brother applied. And then David's roommate's brother told his classmates and they applied. About 2.5 years ago, so halfway through our growth, something changed. All of a sudden, faculty were talking about us, industry was talking about us. Now, when we post a job opening in the center, it's not unusual for 40 students to apply to one job. And as heartbreaking as it is, we don't have the ability to manage or mentor all of them. So we end up not being able to like go and target the business school. We put a posting out for a position that has business student expertise in it. And then we get 20 to 40 resumes and we interview the students and pick who we think is going to work the hardest, best fit, right? We bring them in that way, but it's been great to watch how it all changed, because we went from tracing everything back to one student to now it's just overwhelming, right? If we could find enough resources and funding, we could easily support 200 students in the center. We can't afford it. And I don't want to bring 200 students in and not be able to mentor them and grow them right there. I don't want to give them a crappy experience just because. So, okay, John, sorry we went.
No, it's good talk. It's a perfect segue to the next talk. Thanks, guys. Certainly appreciate it. I'm going to invite Josh Kramer, our Education and Workforce Development Director, to kind of take over the stage here. He's going to pull up a series of different experts to talk about, some of what we're doing in education and workforce development through the Institute, and what some of the folks that we're bringing to the discussion are doing. So thank you, Josh. Hand it over to you, sir.
Okay, great. Thanks, John, and Ed and team. Very much a big thanks to you and the OSU team for hosting us virtually this week as well. And so Ed is a fantastic hype man for us, certainly. And as our panel starts joining us up on stage, I would like to kind of give us a little segue and introduce kind of what we're going to talk about, but also highlight some of the work that we've done over the years that's leading to this moment as well. And so I see many familiar faces, some new ones as well. So thanks to our old friends for joining us, and certainly welcome those new ones as well. And for those who may not know me, my name is Josh Kramer, Director of Education and Workforce here at American Makes. My role here is to lead our vision and strategy around education, workforce development, our portfolio, manage our active projects. It's an exciting time for us within American Makes and education workforce development. We have over 11 active projects and a growing number of potentials coming online as well. And so we're driving really forward with a vision and a strategy to build a strong foundation from reaching back to 2012 of over 116 executed EWD projects. So many of the folks on the phone with us or in their meeting today, joining over at TRX, have contributed to those and are great partners and stakeholders alike on that as well. And so we're really excited to be growing the additive manufacturing career pathway and doing that through a super highway of sorts with lots of on-ramps and off-ramps. And you'll see some of our partners scattered around the tables during the networking break as well. And certainly looking to help lead and solve the manufacturing skills gap crisis in our country. And additive, I think, is poised to do great things. It's a very accessible technology to both, as Nate was talking about, of creating interest and driving that now to industry focus as well. But certainly, as we talk about, and we'll hear from our panelists here today, projects in our active portfolio range really across this whole K to gray spectrum. You'll hear about some other ones right after the network break as well. But from building 3-tiered apprenticeship programs with naval artisan workers to collaborations with the Office of Naval Research to the MEET program and building dynamic e-learning content and courses and assessing gaps and those types of things, really taking a look at underserved populations and veterans as well, looking at industry recognized credentials and assessing bodies of knowledge based on those. And again, this all dovetails into this panel today. Obviously, a lot of collaboration across the national network. We have our partners from RCBI here today that have a table that, last fall we announced the first additive technician apprenticeship pathway. That's formal DOL approved apprenticeship pathway. So please stop by and see them as well to learn more about that. We're teaming up with the state of Ohio to do some great things across the state. You'll hear about after the network break as well, working across many of the institutes, collaborating with folks like NextFlex and AIM, as well as MXD and projects as well. And then obviously just one that was recently announced and you'll be hearing more about as well as a new partnership program with NIST, focused on reskilling and upskilling, especially as we look at this environment of virtual. Obviously, we're in this meeting today and those kind of things. So obviously a long rundown, an introduction from our side of things, but really inviting you to join the passion not only that we have at American Makes, but with our panel as well today around that. And so now to our panel. So we've assembled for you a fantastic group of leaders from a wide variety of backgrounds to really build and share a diverse discussion around education and workforce development. Our discussion today will really be focused around the agility of the workforce and the need for that agility, especially matching our technology. And so obviously we know today maybe it's a health pandemic, but what's tomorrow may hold. Some of you that joined us yesterday, obviously we're in, a a hurricane or a tropical storm rolling up the East Coast there. And so how do we respond to that, but then also have a workforce that's ready for that as well? And so obviously this team and this panel will be sharing not only their expertise and leadership, but experiences, talking about resources and those kind of things. Again, feel free to utilize the Q&A chat window. I have that open. I'll take a look at that. But really how we're going to structure this is through some structured questioning. We're going to do a lightning round of introductions with the panelists. So think of virtual speed dating with all of our panelists. And then we'll have some time for kind of audience questions. And then obviously this panel is going to join us over at the Education Workforce Development Lounge following our panel discussion today. So with that, I see all of our panelists are up on the virtual stage with me. I'm going to start by introducing Dr. Cindy Waters, and I'm going to invite her to kind of give us a little bit of her background and introduce herself. Dr. Cindy.
So, hi everybody. This is a nice platform. Definitely glad to be here. Yeah, we had the hurricane kind of fly through yesterday, and now my car won't start out front. So when I leave here, I get to go call AAA. Hopefully it's a battery thing. Never ends. So I'm Cindy Waters. I am at the Naval Surface Warfare Research Center at Carderock, just outside of Washington, D.C. I am serving, however, in this role as the lead coordinator for ONR for the MEEP program, which Manufacturing Engineering Education Program. I come to Carderock, though, from over 20 years in academia. So I was a university professor before I made the switch. I know it's an opposite kind of a transition. Some people go from, maybe the government or government work into academia. I actually did the opposite. I am so excited and happy I did this transition. Let's see, Josh, what else should I be saying here?
No, that sounds great.
So I think I could stop there. And so we have plenty of time coming up for questions.
Absolutely, and thank you. Thank you, Cindy, for joining us as well. With that, I'll transition. Miss Emily DeRocco, would you like to introduce yourself to the group?
Thank you, Josh. I would love to. I'm so pleased to be here today. I am currently serving as Senior Advisor to the Education and Workforce Development Lead for the Manufacturing Innovation Institutes in the Office of the Secretary of Defense. It doesn't fit on a business card, I can guarantee you that. But Michael Britt Crane is actually that lead I referenced, and he would be here today, except that he welcomed his first child, Evan Key, into the world just about 15 days ago. So I'm pleased to have the opportunity to join you. And as a short introduction, let me say that I believe I have apprenticed for this particular assignment through a progression that included first serving as the Assistant Secretary of Labor for Employment and Training, administering the National Workforce Investment System for 8 years under President Bush. Then as President of the National Association of Manufacturers Manufacturing Institute, where I built NAM's education and workforce development portfolio. I subsequently launched my own education reform firm in Washington, D.C. for about 4 years before I was called into action as the Vice President for Education and Workforce Development for the Detroit-based Manufacturing Innovation Institute known as LIFT. I would just say, operating out of Mantech today, Michael and I are focused on developing and executing a national manufacturing workforce strategic framework to address both the current skills gap and to learn to align technology and talent development.
Fantastic. Thank you, Emily. And
you bet.
We really appreciate you joining us in the conversation today. Transitioning over, Miss Mara Hittner from Matter Hackers. Mara, we want to introduce yourself.
Hey, Josh, thanks. I'm so inspired by what Emily just said. I don't think any of us fit on a business card. That's probably something that everyone on stage and off stage has in common today. What I bring to the conversation, and I appreciate being here, Matter Hackers has been a member of America Makes for a few years, and workforce development is especially a passion of mine. For those of you who aren't familiar, Matter Hackers, we're actually a 3D printing retailer. So we specialize in the benchtop, small 3D printers and materials FDM and SLA resin printers. So kind of the machines that are under $10,000. Our clients, matterhackers.com is our website, and then we also have a physical location in Southern California, and we have warehouses in Orange County as well as in Pennsylvania. And where we sit is kind of unique because our clients are schools, K-12, universities, technical colleges, and also major corporations in every industry, aerospace, automotive. We're in Southern California, so it's a lot of film and television, visual effects, and all of that, medicine, of course, everywhere where there are 3D printers. So we really see how, and it's inspiring to me to see that, like, really no kidding, this 3D printer that I just sold to a middle school in Orange County is exactly the same 3D printer and the same materials and the same software and the same technology that SpaceX, Tesla, Northrop Grumman, you know, whoever it is also buying. So we see that kind of full scope. And I'm really just here to help connect the dots between what the educators really need to be teaching to prepare our next generation of workforce, and also to hear how this technology is currently being used and will continue to be used in professional situations, so we can really get those conversations together.
Awesome, Mara. Thank you so much, and thanks for joining us as well. Transitioning over, Mr. Brad Baker. Would you like to introduce yourself, sir?
Sure. Thanks, Josh. I'm Captain Brad Baker. I am an active duty naval officer. I'm currently a permanent military professor and associate professor at the United States Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland. I've been in the Navy for over 30 years. The bulk of that time, although now it's getting close to 50-50, is in submarine service. That's my background, that in nuclear engineering. My academic background is a little varied. I have an undergraduate degree in marine engineering from the Naval Academy, then a master's degree in campaign planning and strategy, and then a PhD in mechanical engineering. I teach predominantly mechanical engineering classes, but I also teach some nuclear engineering classes as well. And about 5 years ago, I started what I call Makerspace USNA, which hopefully you can kind of see in the background, where I teach 3D printing, both technology and theory to undergraduate students, about 80 students a year, give or take, some more or less than others. I'm also a lab director for all materials equipment at the Naval Academy. So the Makerspace is really just one of about a dozen labs that I manage. And I'm excited to be here. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. And rounding out our A team, certainly what we think is our A team of one of the best panels out there, Mr. Lawrence Binnick. Can you introduce yourself, sir?
Yeah, certainly. Good afternoon, Josh. Appreciate it. So yeah, I'm Lawrence Binnick. I'm the principal design lead and training coordinator for the Additive Manufacturing Process and Capability Center. It's a long name, at Raytheon Technologies, newly formed from Heritage United Technologies and Raytheon. So really, you know, my day-to-day job is effectively bringing additive into our products. You know, we have a huge, wide product range, and you know, what's the best way to inject this new capability, this ever-evolving capability, into our designs to really start differentiating ourselves and truly become a disruptor in the different markets that we're in. In terms of experience, undergraduate degree from Norwich University on civil engineering. I got my master's in University of Huntsville in aerospace engineering, and then, you know, I've been within one of the United Tech business units for about 15 years now. So really glad to be here.
Thank you, sir. And like I said, and I'm sure everyone can see, a very diverse panel, certainly what we're driving for, but certainly leaders across the industry for us as well. Lawrence, I'm going to start with you. Last one introduced, first one, you know, we're going to throw a question out to you here. You know, we obviously have seen additive manufacturing in a great light to showcase not only the technology, but the agility. When we look at the onset of COVID-19 and the pandemic and those kind of things, obviously, you know, we at America Makes, and obviously continuing through the support of NIST, have really, you know, collaborated and been a partner in the ecosystem as well. Can you share a little bit about what you've seen within your company in the terms of being agile and how that changed the dynamic as far as the needs specific to the workforce? Maybe even use a specific example to that.
Yeah, absolutely. So at the onset of COVID and the PPE shortage, Raytheon Technologies was and still is, uniquely positioned to really adapt to these kind of kinetic situations. The company had just closed out on a colossal merger between Heritage United Tech and Raytheon. And as such, we were still learning about what our respective additive capabilities were, right? And during this time, we started getting these requests in from various hospitals or medical groups for any kind of PPE we could possibly donate or provide. So naturally, time's always of the essence in one of these kind of situations. So, we quickly developed a production plan, which would be able to leverage every single polymer machine we had, from your desktop printers to your industrials, right? Really what made everything work in this campaign, we produced, I think, 30,000 face shields over, I want to say, 100 different sites. It was really the tribal knowledge transfer, right? So our staff learned to operate different polymer machines, conduct post-processing, provide machine maintenance. And then this learning was basically transferred to a dashboard, which everyone in the new company could access. So this really resulted in different roles being involved in the operations side of AM and bringing them really into the guts of the process, right? So additive manufacturing, doesn't benefit from being kept in silos, to having, someone just work on something and throw it over the wall to the next guy to print it, right? It simply doesn't work. So if anything, this experience showed how advantageous it is when everyone has this new foundational understanding of both the theoretical and the practical aspects of additive. So we continue to structure our internal delivery training around this hybrid model of instructor-led or more traditional classroom training. And then we have our lab type activities, which really drive home the learning objectives and give every trainee, if you're in supply chain, if you're in design engineering, if you're materials, every one of them, the experience to be able to actually do some really cool builds and get your hands into the process. So, we learned really in these situations, success is heavily dependent on how you react. And it's really amazing what you can really achieve when you have basically a confluence of adaptable people who are, just the common nature of people who just want to help, right? And provide support for other people who are suffering. And a technology like additive where, within a couple of hours, you can have your face printed and ready to go. So it was a great experience for learning how to pivot, how to shift our entire AM training core to become responsive to an extremely kinetic situation.
Awesome, and thank you, Lawrence. I think that sums it up perfectly, and certainly hits on that agility component, right? And as I mentioned, today, pandemic obviously with some severe weather out there and those kind of things. But I think as we look at those as good examples, and one of the things that we're trying to do is kind of create part of that game plan too, right? And work with folks like yourself to do that. Building from that, Mara, are you able to talk a little bit about Matter Hackers and the reach that you've all had, and a tremendous reach across not only K-12 and post-secondary environments and the makers and those kind of things? Obviously this group will be hearing a little bit about a new initiative, and obviously we'll be collaborating with Mara and the team as well, and in this new program in the state of Ohio, building a network across there, and then obviously another program with NIST and those kind of things. I think leads to the strength of this ecosystem, right? And the collaboration, the membership of America Makes. But I think that it's the mission part of this that I think ties us all together. And so, Mara, can you talk a little bit specifically around deploying some of those tools, the response to COVID, and your engagement around the academic community?
Sure, I'd love to. As far as COVID goes, from the Matter Hackers perspective, again, we are a 3D printing retailer. So when our hospital clients started saying, yeah, we're trying to print these face shields, but we don't have enough printers. Do you know anybody that could, help us out? And we're like, yeah, we know where all the printers are. So we started the Matter Hackers Response Hub, which was our response network where people could sign up if they want to print if they want to print PPE, or if they're a hospital and they need PPE. So we ended up with a network, and we still have the Maker Response Hub network of over 5,000 volunteers across the country that were all hand raisers that have 3D printers of all sorts, mostly the small desktop ones. Between them, it was so interesting because with additive and especially with desktop 3D printers, look, they're not, they are meant for small batch production. But what we have on our side is numbers. We had over 14,000 3D printers between these 5,000 volunteers. And so we were able to have all of the volunteers print the face shields, ship them to Matter Hackers, and then we kind of reboxed them up and sent them out to where we got the requests from. Now, a lot of these volunteers were young people, were organizations that were led by schools really across the country. As far as how this kind of plays into workforce development and what I see kind of day to day working with teachers, the good news is like STEM and STEM studies and STEM education is very on trend right now. Which is great news for all of us because we need to hire people. I need to hire people now, and we're going to need to hire people in 10 years. And with something like the desktop additive machines that we see, everything from the little $300 guys that you need to, put together to the ones that are, between, let's call it under $10,000. They're accessible, they're affordable. And we have teachers from everywhere from kindergarten classes that are using Tinkercad and these free accessible tools to teach 3D design, because that's the whole thing, right? Like 3D printers are great and you need something to fabricate your design, but really it's about that design thinking. It's about being able to understand how things are made and be able to innovate and to iterate on ideas, and to see that teachers as young as kindergarten and especially middle school, high school with robotics clubs, they're not just downloading stuff from Thingiverse and printing Yoda heads, which is great. Like, hooray, Yoda heads! I know Brad's got a lot of Yoda heads in his facility. But like, what if we made a better Yoda head? What if kids had a design challenge to make, something that was accessible for a student who's blind or a student who has challenges with their hands? What if a student was actually able to make a huge difference in the world by designing a piece of PPE that then gets sent over to the NIH 3D Print Exchange and accepted as, something that can be distributed throughout the country? Like, that's no kidding what we're talking about with the accessibility of 3D printers. I get pretty fired up, you guys. This is my day to day. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and that's really the cool thing. I mean, those of you that know me know I came from that world, right? I was an educator, I was a classroom teacher, and it gets, like I said, this is why you align yourself with passionate people and really drive the work. And I think that when we talk about this ecosystem and the response of that ecosystem to really solve the problem, it's, and especially with new generations as well as current generations of workforce, meeting that greater good, right? And solving those problems, certainly. So thank you so much. Appreciate your insight on that one. I think that, we get excited that throughout our portfolio, there's a wide range of resources to help make this workforce agile as the technology is really some of the goal, right? So as we get there, and we know not every company, not every classroom, whether it's, third grade or 12th grade or post-secondary, post-grad students need the best or the shiniest or those kind of things to really make an impact with the technology. And so I think now is the time that we, as a community, as an institute, can really respond in collaboration, with these resources and those kind of things. And so when we talk, specifically about kind of some reskilling and upskilling, right? So when this pandemic hit and when the next, whatever may hit, natural disaster, whatever that may be, we have a certain amount of workforce that's there and prepared. Some of that workforce has technical ability, some doesn't. And so when we have this opportunity to kind of be agile and reskill and upskill those folks, and I'll throw this one out to you, Brad, from your perspective, at the Naval Academy Makerspace, obviously you've been involved from day one and the response there. How has that response been from the design aspects, as well as the impact from spooling up technology, equipment, workforce, all of those kind of things? And can you elaborate a little bit about maybe what was the most skill that was lacking that you really needed to focus on? Maybe it's cadets at the academy, maybe it was Navy personnel, whatever that may be as well.
Thanks, Josh. So please, midshipmen, not cadets, but I won't harp on that one. I think as educators, one of the most important things we do is we look for the gaps in your students. Like what knowledge gaps do they have, and then what can I do to fill those gaps? And for me, when I started Makerspace USA about 5 years ago, I think I found it kind of quickly. I realized it may be hard to read my logo above, but it was right in the middle of our logo, our motto, which is design, build, and perform. And where the gap is, at least that I found in Naval Academy, was in the build. Our students are really good at design. They get formal education in CAD and CAM. We test them on it. They get it early. They get it often. And quite honestly, they're very creative too. And they're all very heavily STEM oriented. So they're pretty darn good at design. And then on the flip side, I think they're pretty good at perform too. And perform means different things to different people. To me, as a material scientist, it means usually like strength or ductility or toughness. But maybe it means temperature resistance or what environment it can operate in or some other metric of performance, which is why we've kind of made that third leg of the triad kind of generic. But our students are good at that. They're good at being able to characterize something, being able to design something. But the gap is right there in the middle on how do they actually build it. And there are, in my opinion, two important things to build. First off, it's like the actual how does it build? Like how do you actually make it? And that part you can kind of get over pretty easily. But more importantly than that, and I think we all struggle with this, is how does my process, my build process then affect my performance, right? And then if you can tweak your build process to make your performance the way you want. So that's where we're kind of targeting. And the best way I can give it to you as an example. So we all know what capstone projects are. We've heard talk about that in the last couple of days already. So I'm involved in several capstone teams. One of my early capstone teams was making a submarine launch UAV. And I know people are like, what in the world? That's kind of out there. Well, this is what I used to do for a living and still pretty interested in it. So I was part of that capstone team and I saw them struggle because they did a great job of designing this thing and they had good ideas. But what did they do? They just took their designs to our shop and our technicians made it. And I'm like, okay, that's all right. But they just completely lost that leg of the triad, right? They didn't get anything out of that. And they didn't have, they were only able to go through like 2 iterations in a semester. That's actually like staggeringly low, right? This is like slow prototyping, right? Rather than rapid prototyping. So that was really what I thought was the gap in how do the students actually build. So the model that we try to do now is I try to just provide capability. And then I teach students on the capability, but then I expect them to design some part, then actually build it themselves, not take the drawing to the shop and have someone else machine it or whatever, but you build it and then you print it. And now the projects that I do, they go through 2 iterations in a week, and maybe a dozen iterations in a semester. And they can really make, large scale changes and make it a lot bigger. So that's where we kind of start. We start with the theory of how does the build process work. I'm not giving you any secrets. First question on my first exam is pretty much always name the 7 methods of additive manufacturing per the ASTM and describe them. And then I have projects along the way where they actually have to build something. And then we even do like a bridge building competition where they then actually get to test it. So that's where I think the emphasis needs to be on is the actual building process.
And thank you, Brad. And I'm sure I'm going to take a little hit on the cadet comment as I literally look at Army versus Navy, the story of the Naval Academy across my desk. A good friend of ours, family friend, was a kicker for the Naval Academy. So he gave me that book. So I'm really going to get it on that one. So that's on me. But yeah, I think not only this panel, but I'm sure to the greater audience as well, learning by doing. The hands-on approach is certainly one, that I'm rooted in. I know it's a passion for this group and the greater good as well. And I think as we look at virtual and the e-learning and what the school year may be, and I have 2 young kiddos at home, and And I think it's going to look different, but I think, you know, striving to really drive to be as hands-on as we can, because we all learn best by doing, and it kind of concretes itself in our mind that way.
Josh, if
So thank you.
Josh, if I could just throw something in real quick as far as the building, with the distance learning, what we're seeing right now with teachers is that struggle of how to continue to do that physical part of the learning from a distance. And one thing that I have seen for a few districts that are able to afford it is because there are these, you know, $300-400 machine, you know, 3D printer kits that they have actually been able to buy a bunch of those for the students and send them home, and then have the students actually build their own 3D printer and then continue with their design lessons online and be able to do those iterations. What's inspiring to me about that is that these teachers are so motivated to make this happen and make that hands-on learning happen that they're just getting really, really creative out there. So I just want to let Captain Baker know that you're not alone on that.
No, and that's great, Maura, and that is one that specifically, I think that we've had a clash of networks as well. I had a gentleman who actually went to school with and taught together with here right outside Pittsburgh that you're all engaged with that's doing that exact exercise. So it's really cool to see. You know, one of the ways that we also look at, you know, promotion of these activities, and I think in this kind of response, we all looked internally as well, and we did that at America Makes, and we looked at, you know, how can we pivot, and looking at our current portfolio of projects that we were executing, you know, as well as mining this variety of what I always call the educational workforce development library at America Makes. And so what books did we have in the library that we could pull out right away, or what projects were we executing where we could pivot and create impact right away? And so one of those was with the Office of Naval Research and a MEEP project is the acronym, Manufacturing Engineering Education Program. And we're collaborating with ONR to deliver, you know, 35 e-learning courses, you know, assess gaps and hurdles for veterans and underserved populations, and, you know, as well as a stackable audit credential and those kind of things. But where we've been able to do is fast track some of that coursework. And to date, we've had over 14,000 of a package of 14 classes that have been assigned. And so obviously they're not all done yet, but they've been assigned. And so I think when we start talking about that, it really amplifies this reskill upskill opportunity. But Cindy, one of the things that I wanted to pivot to you, obviously we're one of many within your portfolio of the ONR MEEP projects in the program. And so obviously I know, because, you know, we meet monthly, and Cindy leads a great program there, but are you able to talk a little bit about the diversity of that portfolio and that program that you're leading down there, and the rich resources that may exist, you know, around that national network of partners?
Yeah, absolutely. So first thing I want to kind of clarify that MEEP is not necessarily an ONR program. So ONR is running it for Office OSD. So, you know, MEEP is a DoD-wide program, and it's very wide-reaching. You know, ONR just is helping execute it. So there's 13 right now grant awardees. Sounds like a lot, totaling over the past few years close to $50 million. A lot of money. You know, it takes resources to get some of these things done. 13 different awardees, as we said, and so, right, obviously, America Makes team's a part of that. We've got four-year institutions that are a part of this. We have community colleges who are a part of this, and I think they're a really important piece of this puzzle. We've got nonprofit organizations, and we've got some of the big manufacturing institutes, obviously, LIFT and America Makes, and some of the other programs. These are spanning too. I mean, we've got and I'm going to list some states, but really I feel like the MEEP awardees, I'm learning, and we're encouraging them to reach out to a lot of other states. So, you know, Massachusetts, New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, of course, Tennessee, Kentucky, Virginia, Michigan, Texas, California, and many more. I know that, you know, South Carolina is going to be a part of it. Clemson University, they're not listed there actually. And it's not just additive manufacturing, right? So this is a manufacturing initiative. I come to, I think, Brad, I was listening to your conversations too. I come to this from academia, right? So I was a mechanical engineering professor, but I was a material scientist. So my education comes from Virginia Tech in material science and engineering. And so I'm a material scientist who became a mechanical engineer who now is more into that additive manufacturing side. But what we know is that it's not just about additive manufacturing, it's about advanced manufacturing. And in this, as we say, in this problem, this COVID crisis we've just gone through, we see that AM is great for that agility. We've said it. It's great for that, agile, and it's great for its ability to pivot, to come up with a design, test it, maybe you're vacuum forming and you redo the design. But it's not everything. So the MEEP awardees, we're covering robotics, photonics, I'm kind of reading a list here, optics, additive manufacturing, composites. We're looking at multi-skilled technician certificates. We've got AV, AR, VR delivery. So there's going to be some really exciting forms of delivery for some of these programs. And the other thing that's really exciting is the target audience. I've always said all along that you can't start when they get to college and then think you're going to motivate them toward one discipline or another. You can't even start in high school, because by the time they start high school, they've chosen a track. They've chosen, one or the other. You got to start in elementary or middle school. And so that's what's exciting about some of these other MEEP programs is the target audiences are from high school and teachers. So teachers could be even at the lower K-12, community college students, university students, and then some of the transitioning, I think, the others, the veterans transitioning out of the military. So really, really wide-reaching programs, and the tools that are being developed, I think that's the opportunity / challenge for those of us that are helping kind of lead this program, is to make sure that the products that are being developed don't just sit. I think, Lawrence, you even said this, that, they don't just sit in one spot, right? One person develops it and it sits in that library and nobody else can see it. What a shame.
Right. So
the real opportunity and challenge is to take these products and these tools that people have developed, and some of them are great. And I've started this kind of a community of interest. Josh mentioned it. So we're trying to meet virtually every other month or so with the different MEEP awardees, and we take an hour and a half or so and try to, sort of guided sharing. But the hope is that each other can share their wins. Maybe even share their challenges. But one of the things that I've been excited with this summer, because one of the programs actually was in University of Texas at Rio Grande, and Rio Grande Valley had summer camps planned. Well, summer camps, went out the door. So they became virtual. And so they've been able to use some of the tools and some of the products from some of the other MEEP awardees. I think the same thing's happening with a variety of the programs. So, we are living in a really, really weird time, but maybe that's a bonus. When I was speaking to the Lyft folks, they were excited because they're like, this virtual world has not been a bad thing for our program. We've gotten hundreds and hundreds of more queries for the product that we've developed because it's become all virtual. So probably talked enough, but we really want to try to share and come up with a tool. I'm going to continue to work with Michael Britt Crane to try to come up with either a website or some form of delivery that is shareable and findable, right? An online resource is only as good as it is you can find it, and then is it user-friendly? So I think there's some opportunities. And so please reach out to me, folks out there in virtual world who are listening to this, if you've got ideas or want to kind of be involved with some of the information sharing. So I'll stop there.
Perfect. No, thank you, Cindy. I appreciate you taking a deep dive. Like I said, it's a great network of folks. And some of these projects are nearing close, other ones just ramping up. So we know we'll see a lot of great stuff coming out of that program as well in years to come as well too. So one of the things in highlighting that and building from that, it's truly impressive when we start to see the linking of arms across the networks, right? And we've talked a lot about that within this panel already today, and certainly just the panel alone. And it's great to partner and sync up with networks of our friends over at OSD Mantech. You've heard Michael Crane's name mentioned a couple different times, and obviously we work very close with that team. Emily being here and joining that team as well. And we're fortunate to do that in close coordination. Obviously, we're aligned in mission and those kind of things as well. And we're working with, Michael, Emily, and team on a number of different projects, all focused around maximizing impact, right? So how do we truly maximize impact, not duplicate effort, but align in those efforts and really focus in on those types of things? And so in that spirit as well, Emily, I was hoping that you can share and highlight, some of the great work and partnerships that the team at OSD Mantech Education Workforce Development has been building those synergies. I mean, obviously, again, we're close to that, and we know it, but I know this group and this audience as well, be fantastic to highlight some of those and talk to some of those as well.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity, Josh and Cindy. Stay tuned, because we're looking to roll out the Open edX platform, which will be part of your solution for sharing those great educational resources coming out of MEEP. For us, DoD and all the manufacturing innovation institutes, it's just a truism that we have to find ways to have collective impact. With our public-private partners, we are potentially an extraordinary force, and this can particularly must be applied to our goal to ensure an educated and skilled advanced manufacturing workforce that is competent and confident in employing cutting-edge industrial technology at scale to revitalize our domestic manufacturing industry. That's a high goal, but one I think we're all very committed to meet. The thing that's really interesting to me, Josh, about the panel you've pulled together, and I hadn't realized it even through rehearsals, that we have the educators, the boots on the ground, and you have chosen to also include those of us with our heads in the cloud at the national policy level, because it is critically important to translate the successes of education and workforce development, all of which occur in regional economies around the country, to the national policy and investments that will put us in a position to address this skills gap and continuing lack of enough skilled workers to meet the demands of our manufacturers and to keep our defense industrial base strong. Because without those, there are threats to both our economic security and our national security, and I think we all recognize that. Under that manufacturing workforce strategic framework I mentioned when I introduced myself, I want you to know our institutes, including America Makes, and often with America Makes and Josh in the lead because of their experience and their commitment to this, we are going to be executing model solutions to our current workforce challenges around the nation, with each of the institutes taking a strong leadership role. I want to tell you about two of those initiatives at a very high level and very quickly, and hope that we have an opportunity to give you lots more detail on down the road. First, the institutes have all chosen regions in which they are going to lead important regional interventions to help reform and strengthen the educational pathways to skills in demand within those regional economies. In my language, that means we are moving to reform career and technical education at both the secondary and post-secondary levels. This is a partnership effort with the Department of Education and the National Science Foundation, and it is really a strong grassroots strategy to rebuild our advanced manufacturing technician workforce. Stay tuned for more details about that, but I think it's going to be an extraordinary model of success in terms of the Institute's ability to lead major education and workforce development efforts. At the same time, nationally, we're very excited about executing a new strategy of collaboration across multiple organizations and stakeholder groups. This is designed to achieve greater impact on an accelerated timetable. Time is wasting, and we have got to deal with the workforce challenges confronting our nation. There are three particular national networks of organizations, institutions, and initiatives with whom we're working to address the workforce challenges we face today. And when you think about it, the power and potential of linking and aligning these three national networks' efforts and the influence of their joined voices could yield monumental results in policy, investments, and practices. The three networks I'm talking about are first, our national network of manufacturing innovation institutes who have already developed a shared education and workforce development mission to align talent and technology development. The second is DoD's Office of Economic Adjustment and the industry resilience grantees and soon to be announced new defense manufacturing communities. And the third is the American Manufacturing Communities Collaborative, that's a mouthful, formerly known as the Investing in Manufacturing Communities Partnership. In all instances, the members of these three networks are strong regional alliances of industry, academe, and government. And they are all doing important work in the education and workforce development fields. And they are all committed to strengthening the advanced manufacturing workforce, the supply chain, and the defense industrial base. The problem, to date, they have all been operating as siloed networks of organizations. So we called the leaders of these three networks together and representatives of their members. They've been together now 3 times since January. And it was for the purpose of seeing if we could develop a common narrative and a common agenda. In May, the leaders came to Washington, virtually, of course, and launched their collaboration network. Together, we now have boots on the ground through these regional alliances in 41 states and counting. And we know that together we can create a larger, louder, and more influential voice to address the skills gap and help us build that educated and skilled American workforce. I'm going to stop there, Josh, and hope everybody will be hungry for more details later.
No, that's fantastic, and thank you, Emily. And I think, again, that's the spirit of that. Not only this panel, I think that speaks to the mission of many of our organizations. And as you look even at our diverse panel of 6 different folks, I think we're all aligned in that mission. I think we all need to, and we heard John mention it yesterday. We heard a lot of different folks. We heard it mentioned again this morning that we can accelerate technology. The adoption of that and having a workforce that's prepared, and it doesn't just speak to workforce. That's our obviously America, but I think additive is an excellent entry point. It's an excellent gateway, to the advanced manufacturing realm, and inviting those students and building awareness and inspiration and all those kind of things. And so we're really excited to have had you all with us. I don't see any Q&A in my chat. That's possible because I have not refreshed. So if anyone sees a Q&A, can you share it with me? Maybe Tara, John? Maybe we're a panel of ourselves. I'm not sure.
No, it's fantastic. There were none that came in specifically. So I think you guys hit a pretty diverse set of topics in there. So it was a great kind of walk around where we're at. I guess you just got one. Contact info available for folks. I think we can put that in the chat. Folks who want to share that, if you're interested, please post that to the general chat and we can get that covered. But appreciate everyone's time. Really thank you for pulling this together, Josh, and facilitating the whole discussion. Thanks to all the panelists. Really appreciate taking the time out of your days to do this and participating over the last couple of days. So I thank you all. We're going to take a break. So go get refreshed for a couple of minutes. We are going to jump back in per the schedule in, I guess, 5 minutes. So we'll start back up with what's listed on the agenda as the Ohio Project. That sounds fancy. We'll be back here at 2 Eastern. So check back in here in a couple minutes. Thanks all.
Am I going directly into the workforce? Am I going on to a community college? Am I going to a trade school? Or am I going, for a 4-year degree or something like that? And so making sure that we're focused on middle school recruitment. And this will include training for those educators in recruiting students. This will include how to talk to mom and dad about careers in advanced manufacturing, and making sure that they know that college isn't the only option. That there are tremendous options directly out of high school with the right training, with the right connectivity to local companies, and it takes all shapes and forms. And so really that's part of that program. Community engagement is a large part of this program as well. So this looks different in today's environment, obviously, than it did a year ago. But how do we engage with community members? How do we engage with not only moms and dads and aunts and uncles and grandmas and grandpas, but how do we engage with taxpayers? How do we engage with local leaders? And what do we talk? And how do we talk? And those kind of things. And having those right pieces in place, being able to provide funding to have those types of events as well. And then another exciting part here is working on a new America Makes additive manufacturing patch with the Girl Scouts. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take all of the Girl Scouts STEM badges, and we're going to map which of those can map directly into additive manufacturing, which ones tag right into this career pathway for students and micro-learning as well. And then we're going to build a program around teaming up these Girl Scouts and the Girl Scout chapters with companies to deploy the technology, as well as the Girl Scouts specifically, and then build a playbook on how to do that within your local chapter. So that as those, for example, if you have a young lady who's a Girl Scout that uses additive in 3 of her STEM badges, she can get a nice America Makes patch for the back. So we're really excited about that. It's a great way to think about how do we reach all of these students in every environment, and really focus in on a large swath of workforce as well. As I always said, the girls were my best students. I don't mean anything against our guys on in the meeting or on the phone as well, but the attention to detail and those types of things was just on point as well. And so also looking for national engagement around this program. So engaging with IMTS around the Smart Force Summit, with the Rapid Conference as well. These are all conferences that this audience is well known, obviously conferences that we also host at America Makes, but making sure that we can bring educators and students to those conferences to engage so they can see where the industry is going, right? And they can engage with this type of audience as well for that opportunity. And that kind of follows into this industry support. So Susan and the network and the team has been fantastic into introducing us into this local networks and these local reach, both down into the manufacturing and the businesses in the industry as well. Obviously, we have our reach into the America Makes membership. Their reach is further, as well. So we're looking for those local mentors and industry engagement components. And then that last piece, which is almost an assumption, of course, we're going to deploy AM technology packages to each school. And so this will be paired with, that industry vetted content, industry recognized credentialing so that we can validate the learning process, as well as that last component, which really focuses around materials and supplies and all that kind of great stuff. So we're really looking forward to that. Some great ways to get engaged is often a question we may get on a project like this. So, think about being on this project steering committee. If you're someone based in Ohio or a company based in Ohio, feel free to reach out. I think I put my email in the chat window as well. If you're, again, someone local, think about nominating or engaging a local school. You know, is there a local school right in your backyard you think would be fantastic? We have not selected these 10 schools yet. We're very early in the project, as Brian mentioned as well. And then think about supporting that selection. We do select these and look for local partners to engage and support and mentor both the programs, the teachers, the students as well. And then obviously opening your doors for a trip or a visit. And again, that looks different in today's environment, but we certainly can get creative. Look at what we've done with this platform and the great team that's helped us, you know, get this far. Think about virtual field trips and those kind of things and virtual mentorships as well. So with that, I would typically follow with what questions do you have, but certainly invite everyone to join us over on the American Makes EWD Lounge, which is, it's actually, I learned it's on all 6 floors. I will be in the 1st floor. I know Susan and the team has an MEP table as well. And then there's the State of Ohio table where we're all going to be continuing this conversation, but we're really excited and looking forward to continuing to share more about this project as we get it underway. So I'm not sure if we have questions or John, if we're ready for the next segment. We're right at 2:27. We're right on time.
Perfect timing. Yeah, no, appreciate it. Yeah, this is super exciting. Having been involved a little bit in all of the planning, it's a really interesting, you know, just coming together of activities between the regional we've done and have some example, you know, kind of experience with and getting exposure to small and medium-sized businesses, and then the whole education component and really just smashing them together in a structured program is going to be awesome. Huge opportunity. We're literally just getting started. You know, we're in the earliest days, barely plural, of doing this. So this is going to be something taking place over the next year. Look forward. Hopefully we can get some updates as it moves along. I know I was just texting somebody in the background. My daughter is like super pumped about this whole Girl Scout thing. So no pressure. Her whole troop has been like talking about it since I told them. So there's a meeting tonight. So if you could get it done soon, that would be great. But otherwise, thank you. Thanks, Susan. Really appreciate just how the state's been involved in this and kind of leadership in general around wanting to do something and really recognizing the need for doing something as we're trying to establish ourselves as a, you know, with a strong foothold in additive manufacturing across the country. So thank you. And thanks everyone who was on the panel. We'll now turn it over to Ed, and he is going to introduce Jonathan from Exact Metal. Over to you, sir. Thanks, panel.
All right. And so let's pull Hans up to the stage. And maybe while we're doing that, before I introduce him, I'll just say, John, I'm in the same boat. So my wife is the troop leader, 2nd grader Brownie troop. So I can't wait to, as she matriculates through Girl Scouts, to do the 3D printing merit badge. Okay. Hans, how's it going, man?
Good. How's it going, Ed?
Good. All right. I'll do a brief introduction and then turn it over to you. So it's my great pleasure to introduce friend, collaborator, colleague, Hans Holohan from Exact Metal. So Hans has a really interesting background. So when he was an undergraduate at Penn State University, he and a friend, Matt Woods, decided that they were going to build their own laser powder bed fusion machine at an old Z-Corp machine. And fast forward a few years later, they've turned it into a company. They're selling printers. They're really trying to democratize metal printing. I think there's a lot of things they're doing, both in terms of bringing affordable metal printing to the shop floor. That also is very enabling for the education and workforce development things that we've been talking about all day. Maybe I should also mention their CEO, Juan Mario Gomez, is a former colleague of mine at GE. And is sort of working with Hans and Matt to bring this thing to life. So yeah, take it away. Look forward to hearing an update on what you guys are working on.
Awesome. Thanks, Ed. So let me go ahead and share the screen here. All right. It looks like it's working on my end, so I'm going to assume it's working on everybody else's end, unless I hear otherwise.
Yeah, you can just go to the screen. You've got it there. Okay. Okay. You're good.
It's full
All right.
screen. Good.
We're good.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, so I've been with the Exact Metal since the beginning, and kind of a nice transition from the workforce development. You know, we need the workforce. We also need the equipment as well. And so just to touch on really kind of a big challenge that we see at Exact Metal in the metal AM industry specifically. It's kind of highlighted by these two quotes here. First one by Matthew Cabral, who's in equity research at Goldman Sachs. Pricing within 3D printing industry needs to be meaningfully lower than where it is today to drive adoption. In fact, pricing remains the most important factor, which is holding back 3D printing adoption. And then another from Terry Wohlers, I'm assuming everybody is familiar with. Among the biggest challenges are the costs associated with AM machines and materials. Both are still expensive. So this is a problem that we see in the industry and look to try and solve in Exact Metal. And so what I'm going to talk through today is kind of our technology that we've brought specifically in laser powder bed fusion, and how we're working to try to reduce the costs and increase the accessibility of these machines while not compromising the performance of the machines at the same time. So I won't spend too much time on these slides. I think we know, most of us, how laser powder bed fusion works. Workflow looks pretty similar to most any other additive technology out there, with a slight exception of having to cut the part off from the build plate, since we fuse directly to the build plate. In the printer, just at a quick glance, is what it looks like. We are delivering powder feedstock, and then we selectively fuse it layer by layer to create our full 3D part. So some of the strengths of powder bed fusion are you can benefit from very fine feature resolution, very complex geometries, high as printed part density, which is typically over 99% on most commercial machines. There's no post-printing process required to achieve that good density. Some of the challenges are, though, that it's a little slower when you compare to like DED or binder jetting. Your printability of the material is pretty dependent on your weldability, whereas some of these other processes, like in binder jetting, it's not as dependent on that. The powder handling is a concern from an EHS perspective. And then what we're looking to primarily address here is that the high cost of these machines can make it difficult to get into. And we would be remiss without addressing another technology that has sprung up recently to also try to increase the accessibility, and that's in this FDM-based metal technology. So this bound metal printing functions similarly to binder jetting, in that it's a multi-step process where you print, debind, and then sinter the material. And a big benefit of this is that it reduces the EHS concerns with using this bound metal, so you're no longer dealing with loose powder. So this is helping to contribute to reduce some of those EHS barriers. They also can reduce the cost barrier, but technology comes with some drawbacks. So the part densities are typically lower than you see with metal powder bed fusion. The mechanical properties are different. The print resolution isn't quite the same, and there can be some accuracy challenges associated with the sintering process. So while we recognize that this is contributing to this accessibility, we don't view it as a direct replacement for laser powder bed fusion and the benefits that come with that process. So when we look at traditional laser powder bed fusion and laser scanning technology, what we see in pretty much every commercially available machine is the use of these galvanometer scanners. And they're primarily used for one major benefit, which is that they can move extremely quickly, and you can move and steer your laser beam very quickly, with speed obviously being a key factor in additive manufacturing. This has caused the widespread adoption of these in laser powder bed fusion. But they come with their fair share of challenges. The rotational mirror movement means that your beam focal length actually changes. So as you move across the powder bed, your focal length is changing, and that requires some expensive optics to go along with your expensive galvanometer to solve, either through an F theta lens or a variable Z-axis optics setup. And that rotational movement results in the angle of incidence to the build plate varying as you move. So to try to mitigate this, the scanner has to be placed at a pretty high height over the build plate to reduce that angle of incidence so you can maintain good fusion. And then because we're placing it so high, now we need very high rotational accuracy to maintain acceptable print accuracy, because your angle is now being exaggerated by this long focal length, resulting in wider movements at the build plate. The galvos also show some sensitivity to temperature disturbances, so more traditional analog solutions will require something like a warm-up period or some active cooling to try and mitigate that. There are newer digital solutions that mitigate a lot of these temperature concerns, but these come at the expense of even more cost on the system. And then on top of all that, they are also sensitive to physical disturbances due to the very high accuracy needed with the rotational mirrors. So what we've done at Exact Metal is we've spent a lot of time developing our XY gantry architecture, our Exact core. Over the course of several years, we've put a lot of money, R&D, and research into developing this lightweight gantry with a total moving mass of less than 100 grams, and we're able to fuse at over 800 millimeters per second. And in this design, we're utilizing a Core XY platform to reduce that moving mass. So the benefits are fairly obvious in that it's a very simple, low-cost design, just an XY gantry. And then it's also a very robust platform, so it's not sensitive to physical and temperature disturbances externally. Don't ask me how, but we printed while rolling the machine, if that gives you an idea of the robustness against physical disturbances. But obviously the challenge and why historically XY gantries haven't been used in the past is speed. So galvanometers have always held the technology of choice because of this. But with our new design, we're able to approach speeds that, while they're not one-to-one matching a galvanometer, it's providing a competitive platform at a significantly reduced cost. So there isn't quite a one-to-one match on speeds, but with this lightweight, high-speed gantry, we're able to push those speeds up much closer to that, what a galvanometer would do. Another interesting thing to talk about is something called beam shaping, something that shows up when you're working with galvanometers. So even though we've placed this lens very high off the build plate, we're still going to get some distortion as our spot moves away from the center, and that angle is going to change and our spot distorts into an ellipse. So what this can do is create some inconsistent printing, and we've even heard with some very demanding customers, the customers could place no build zones on the far reaches of their build plate and focus on printing closer to the center where they get the most stable circular beam. The Exact Core gantry maintains a consistent near orthogonal angle over the entire build plate, which ensures that you get much more consistent printing properties no matter where you are on the build plate. And then a secondary benefit is that it allows us to move the scanner significantly closer to the print surface. So while typically you see something like a 250 millimeter focal length on an f-theta lens, we use a 75 millimeter focal length on our aspheric focusing lens. So this results in a smaller build chamber, more compact printer, and if you're familiar with laser physics, it actually allows us to reach smaller focus spot sizes, benefiting from that short focal length. So just kind of to summarize, that Exact Core technology presents significant cost savings over galvanometer scanners. Certainly when you look at digital solutions, it's almost a factor of 10 cost savings. There's less sensitivity to environment changes, and that short focal length is allowing for a much smaller, more compact printer. So all this is fine and dandy, but the question is, how good are the parts that you can produce? So as noted here, as printed part performance is a critical aspect of evaluating any new additive manufacturing technology or application. So recently we've completed some testing on our Exact Core platform for as printed part performance. So we're going to be looking at tensile testing, hardness testing, and fatigue testing. The question being, can the gantry system produce parts of similar quality to the Galvo systems? So for this study, we used 316L stainless steel for all of the test data presented and in all the comparison data. And we took comparison data from publicly available specification sheets to get an idea of kind of what is an industry standard for these types of parts. So to start with tensile testing, we performed it per ASTM E8. We actually did cylindrical samples that were printed and then machined to the gauge size. We did 12 samples each in X, Y, and Z for statistical significance. And these were the results from this study. So by themselves, these numbers aren't, don't mean much by themselves, aside from, any engineer would look at the numbers and say, yeah, they look good. But we have to really look at them side by side to understand where they fit in the industry. So we were encouraged to see that nearly all of the data came out to be on par with at least a couple of competitors that are common and available in the marketplace. So you can see them compared here. We did run some statistical analysis on these data sets to determine equivalency. And we were happy that on nearly all the data points, we are equivalent to at least one or two of our competitors, if not more, in some cases even exceeding on certain data points. The same was done for the Z-axis tensile data. So you can see, again, there's some variance in the industry, but the exact core XM200C platform is right in the mix of the range of data that we see across the industry. So then we also looked at hardness testing, ran 36 samples on here, and you can see pretty simply kind of right there in the mix with the rest of the industry data that we were able to gather. Another testing we did was fatigue data. So we partnered with George Mason University to do some fatigue testing. We ran 6 Z-axis samples, tested at different strain amplitudes. This testing was done under fully reversed strain condition at 3 Hertz frequency, and then the testing was scheduled to be stopped at 200,000 cycles, or what would be considered run-out condition. So if we look at the graph comparing against literature, our samples fell right along the curve that did fail. Unfortunately, these samples at lower strain amplitude did not fail before hitting the 200,000 cycle run-out condition. So in hindsight, when repeating this experiment, we would probably opt to run higher strain amplitudes to try and get more data points to fall along this curve. As you can see where this curve goes, these samples would likely have gone for much, much longer before actually experiencing failure and becoming more meaningful data points. But nonetheless, we were excited to work with George Mason on this and gather these initial test results that showed our samples performing comparably to other fatigue testing done on 316 in the industry. And then looking at laser powder bed fusion and FDM, this is just kind of to highlight the differences in mechanical properties. I refrain from using the term better or worse, rather kind of different. So you can see parts produced with laser powder bed fusion due to the rapid heating and cooling produce fine grained structures and therefore result in higher mechanical strength, higher hardness, and lower ductility or elongation at break. So this is just due to partially due to the densities in the processes, but also due to the nature of the processes where the metal FDM parts are experiencing a slow heating and cooling in the furnace. And actually, with some ability to control the cooling rate, you might even get a little more control over that end result microstructure. But due to the high heating and cooling cycles in laser powder bed fusion, we typically see higher strength, lower ductility versus the metal FDM systems. So all of this is to say that the Exact Core platform is helping to provide an accessible new laser scanning platform at a lower cost to increase accessibility to end users. We're seeing that the part mechanical performance isn't compromised as we've gone through and refined our processing parameters. And rather, it's more of just a question of optimizing the parameters similar to what you would do with a galvanometer-based system traditionally available in the marketplace. And then this overall simpler hardware architecture allows us to create a much more compact printer without as much hardware and other infrastructure in the printer to support something like a galvanometer scanner. So at this point, I'll hop out of full screen and see if I can see any questions in Q&A.
Yeah, you've got a couple questions here, Hans. So if you can see them, you're welcome to just take them as they come.
Yep, yeah, I can see them over here, so I'll just kind of go through. So the first one is, given the unique optics design in your platform, what range of powders do you recommend to your customers? So we recommend standard laser powder bed fusion particle distribution. So 15 to 45 microns, nothing that isn't abnormal. And that's because really the optics, even though we're delivering it a different way, the end result at the build plate is essentially the same. So we're getting the same beam quality or better in some cases. Fiber laser, nothing's different here. And it's really more the particle size can do with the recoding mechanism. And our recoding mechanism, while somewhat unique, is similar in principle to other systems available in the marketplace. So same powder that other systems are requiring. I've seen 20 to 63. We recommend 15 to 45. Probably not much of a difference between the two, frankly. And then, how is powder spreading recoding managed in these systems? What range of layer thicknesses are available? So we've tested 20 microns up to 50 microns. The system is 200 watts. So once you go beyond 50 microns, it starts becoming a laser power issue, not so much as a hardware issue and what can you spread. But really, there's no mechanical limit on what layer thickness. It's more of a laser power driven restriction. And then typical operating oxygen content for these systems. So for stainless steel, our standard limitation is 0.1% oxygen. That can be adjusted, but for this test data, that was all done under 0.1% oxygen or lower. We can go lower, like for alloys such as titanium. We just don't hold as stringent of a remark or stringent of a spec on stainless steel. So then managing the gas flow over the build bed. So that's a great question. So gas flow is a critical aspect of laser powder bed, and with our different architecture, we're bringing that scanner very close. So the best visual I might be able to get is here. You can see it's cut off a little bit, but there's a vent here. So this protective window over the optics actually serves somewhat to our advantage in the gas flow. So when we close this lid down, this window forms a nice ceiling over top of the build plate, and we're able to drive a very well-directed laminar inert gas flow through that kind of channel that's being formed by the build plate and the window. And so we get excellent gas extraction or particle extraction, weld spatter extraction from the process. Gives us a pretty clean powder bed. I guess I got time for a little more. So question about types of lubrication used in the gantry kinematics. So I'm assuming you're talking about like the bearings in the gantry that have to withstand very high accelerations, very high speeds, and a lot of lifetime. So we worked with the linear motion components vendor, and we did a lot of experimentation with different greases that perform to different specs. I don't know the exact type of grease that's being used currently. I do know we tested several different types to ensure that they don't degrade over time under the high demand utilization of the scanner, as well as some of the elevated temperatures that can be seen when working with the laser optics. So both of those factors combined, it did take some iteration, but we have some very excellent grease in there. I unfortunately don't know the exact type that's being used, aside from the fact that we did have to test out several types and work with the company to find one that would work for our application and provide, a year or more of heavy utilization without maintenance.
Thanks, Hans. I think that's all we've got time for. Really appreciate you sharing what you guys are working on. And folks, if you have other questions, please reach out to Hans during the network. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks, Ed. Appreciate it.
There we go. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. And so I want to welcome from Penn State to the stage. Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Brandon.
How are you doing?
Oh, not too bad.
Good. Good to see you. So Abdallah's here. He's going to talk to us a little bit about a mammals program that's been going on at Penn State University. So I'll give you the stage, sir. Thanks for being here.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Brandon. So I'm going to present this with Zach Snow in a little bit here. First, let me bring up my application window. Hopefully this works. One second here. Apologies, it looks like it's not picking up my PowerPoint. I'm just going to reload my PowerPoint. 1 second. Okay, Zach, are you able to hear me and or present your PowerPoint?
I can hear you. I'm also having trouble with my PowerPoint. I'm going to try opening it up one more time. Okay, I've got mine open. I can try to share my screen if you'd like me to drive.
I think I got it now. Thanks,
Okay.
Zach. Okay, let me go to try here. All right. Hopefully folks can see my screen. All right. Great. Can you see my screen, Zach?
Yes.
Okay, let's continue then. Sorry about that. So I'm Abdallah Nassar. I'm not Ted Reutzel. Ted couldn't be here today. I think he might be in and out in the audience. I'll try to do my best to present this work, but he was the PI for this program. Zach Snow was the PhD student and continues to be the PhD student at ARL PSU. And Dave Corbin is a research professor here at Penn State who's also participated heavily in this program. So the project team, as I said, consists of Ted Reutzel as a PI, myself as a co-PI, Dave and Ted. We've also had several collaborators, which have included 3D Systems, Jared Blecker and Ryan Overdorf, participation from Moog, from Orlikon, as well as from Raytheon Technology Research Center, formerly UTRC. So a fairly good team, a fairly good mix of both academics, as well as some industry partners on the program. Our total research funding was on the order of $1 million with about 50% cost share commitment. And the period of performance was from June 2018 and has been extended by a couple of months to now November 2020. And the real objective here was to go from a materials readiness level of about 4 to about 7. And I'll talk a little bit more in detail about how we think we've contributed to that. So the problem statement that we were dealing with was regarding flaw formation in powder bed fusion additive manufacturing. So components within AM that we build typically have 2 different types of flaws, right? So we categorize them as either systematic flaws. These are flaws that can occur throughout the entire part. For example, if you're using bad powder, bad material properties, etc. The more worrying type of flaw is what we call stochastic flaws. These are seemingly random flaws that appear in certain components. Some call them rogue flaws or rogue defects. So you're processing everything under optimized parameters, but nevertheless, you sometimes see these pesky flaws. And it would be fine if they didn't affect mechanical properties, right? But unfortunately, they appear that there might be a link to mechanical properties. We think that stochastic flaws, in part, are responsible for large scatter that we see in some powder bed fusion AM parts. For this program, we're primarily dealing with Ti-6-4, so that's the material of interest here. So again, we think that these stochastic flaws occur. We think that they have an impact on fatigue properties. And so as part of this program, what we did was we analyzed 2 different powder bed fusion AM systems, a Ryan-Shaw system, and the 3D Systems Pro X320 with 2 different sets of powder. We built many samples, assessed all those samples via CT scanning, via fatigue testing, as well as some fractography and metallography, and tried to do some in-process monitoring of the process to try to understand the relationship between the process signatures, the resulting potential flaws, and the fatigue properties. So there were 2 tracks to summarize. One where we're building a bunch of components and we're testing them, and the other track was when we're trying to understand the fundamental nature of how these flaws form, which required the use of some high-speed imaging as well as some high-resolution imaging. These were collected at very high frame rates, 25,000 frames per second, to try to understand what's going on in terms of the project. Raytheon also helped provide some physics-based process simulations that contribute to the work as well, to understand really what's going on. We believe that the benefits of the program are and will be that we were able to generate some really high quality pedigreed fatigue data on multiple systems, multiple powders. This data set will obviously be transitioned to American Makes and will be made available to American Makes members. We think it's going to be useful to help designers understand the real properties and where the outliers can occur in powder bed fusion AM Ti-64. We have helped, I think, contribute to the understanding of how stochastic flaws form and the effect of those flaws on fatigue properties. Zach will speak to that in some detail. And finally, we've started to understand really what are some of the mechanisms by which these surrogate flaws form and become embedded in the powder bed fusion process. And we've used some process monitoring to help us along that path. So task 1, this is where I'll turn it over to Zach to talk about how we generated and analyzed the fatigue data during the course of this program. Zach, take it away.
Thanks, Abdallah. Can everyone hear me okay? Can you hear me okay, Abdallah?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. So like Abdallah mentioned, the real focus for task 1 was to essentially, we're going to build a lot of components. We're going to CT scan them pre and post tip and try to identify flaws that are present within the material, fatigue test them, and then correlate the flaws that we identify in CT to the fatigue data as well as fractography and in situ monitoring data. And we're trying to pay particular attention to outliers in the fatigue data. So the first part of task 1 was defining the test plan, performing the build, and actually fatigue testing them. There's a slew of post-test analysis, which we'll go over in a minute, and then generating a lot of highly pedigreed data. Doug, can you move to the next slide? Thanks. So this is a summary of what the builds really look like, what the coupons we built were. So we have on each build there were a total of 6 builds, 3 on each powder bed fusion system. So 3 on the Pro X320, 3 on the AM250. The Pro X320 is a continuous laser system. The AM250 is a pulse laser system. And then on each of these 3 builds for each AM system platform, we had 2 builds completed using virgin powder and 1 build built using heavily reused powder supplied by one of our subcontracts. On each build, there were 81 fatigue blanks, just straight cylinders that could be machined down into any geometry. In this instance, it was a E466 fatigue coupon. And then of those 81, we chose 25 fatigue coupons to be tested from each one of the builds. We also built several other coupons, which are really set aside for future use and have actually been used for some supplementary testing on the side that was outside the scope of the original project. These included AM-specific fatigue coupons, which I believe were actually part of a previous collaboration between ARL Penn State and NavAir. We have some witness coupons that have really been used for metallographic analysis, and then some near-net shade coupons, which we have designated for some surface finishing studies here at Penn State. But the ones to really focus on are these fatigue coupons. Yeah, that's fine. You can jump to the next slide. So on the left, you can see the nominal build layout. The fatigue blanks that we're working with are these kind of light blue circles that you see on the left. And then we've tried as best we can to randomly sample across the entirety of the build plate. So we've clustered each one of the fatigue blanks into 3x3 clusters, randomly or uniformly distributed throughout the build plate. And then from each of those 3x3 clusters, we selected the center coupon and one randomly selected coupon from the rest of the 3x3 cluster. There's 9 of these 3x3 clusters. That's 18 coupons. And so the 7 remaining coupons were left, and we chose to select those coupons from the quote-unquote dirty corner of each one of these build plates. So we spoke with the system users for the Pro X320 and the AM250, asked them where they're a little suspicious of where they might have inferior fatigue properties, and selected the rest of the fatigue coupons from each build from that particular corner. So this is the processing plan for the task 1 coupon. So on the left here, we start with fabrication of the actual builds. The builds on the Pro X320 were done at ARL Penn State. The builds done on the Renaissance AM250 were performed at Moog. All of the powder, the virgin and the heavily reused powder, was extensively characterized through all of the standard protocols that you would expect for powder characterization, as well as some additional tests. After each one of the builds was completed, we EDM the parts off of the build plate. We did perform some preliminary analysis to try to establish equivalency between different CT systems, as half of the coupons were CT scanned at Oerlikon, and half of them were scanned at Moog. Once we went through that exercise, all 150 of the coupons that were going to be fatigue tested received a pre-hip CT scan at a fairly high resolution. The target was 15 microns. Some of the scans approached 10 microns, and almost all of them were at least 15 microns. After that point, we did a somewhat cursory inspection of the pre-hip CT data to try to identify a subset that we thought might have particularly bad fatigue lives based off of the flaws that we identified in the pre-hip CT scans, and I'll talk about that in a moment. Once we had identified those, all 150 coupons were hipped at Oerlikon. A subset of them were CT scanned post-hip, and then once the post-hip CT scans were done, everything was fatigue tested. I have a note down here as well. There was a small number of coupons were actually underwent some ultrasonic inspection at Penn State as part of some supplementary analysis. Just a little bit about the CT scanning procedure. Like I said, we were really shooting for 12 to 15 microns for our voxel size. And it was really important that we get the top 2/3 of the CT scan. Obviously, 150 CT scans of these coupons is a lot at a 12 micron resolution. So we asked all the vendors to scan at least the top 2/3 of the coupon through the gauge section, and a little bit past it, and then including the part label on the top of the part. And what scanning the part label allows us to do is register all of the CT scans to a common coordinate system. Once we have all of our registered CT scans, we have a custom automated defect recognition algorithm that we've developed here at Penn State that allows us to automatically go through all of these registered CT data sets and automatically identify potential flaws. All of the flaws were then manually investigated to make sure that they were real flaws. And here we have just a couple of examples of some of the flaws that we were able to identify. So you see what is likely a gas pore, possibly a keyhole pore, based off of its shape and size on the left, and then what is very obviously a large lack of fusion flaw on the CT scan images to the right. And the ADR algorithm allows us to identify the position, but also several morphological factors about these flaws, such as the size, the position, the orientation, and a slew of other ones. So with all of this data, what we're really hoping to do is really get down to a statistical analysis of what is affecting our fatigue properties. So we're interested in, is the powder condition, whether it's virgin or reused, affecting our fatigue performance? Is the location on the build plate with respect to the center or the argon gas flow, is that changing anything? There are other machine-to-machine variables, such as the recoding direction, that might be playing an influence. And then also the flaw populations themselves, either in the pre-hip condition or the post-hip condition. You know, throwing all of these things together, we've done a lot of really detailed analysis of both the outliers and as well as a lot of the nominal conditions to try to understand what's going on. So here we're showing some what at the time of making this presentation was actually preliminary data. So some of this has been updated in the couple of months since we submitted this presentation. But this, I think, will give you a good flavor for the kinds of data that we're generating and we'll be submitting in our final report. So this is showing a distributional representation of all of the pre-hip flaws identified in 37 CT scans of the 3D Systems coupons and 75 scans of the coupons built on the Renishaw AM250. And there's a couple of big things to note here. The first is both the virgin and the reused powder. Neither had been optimized to either system. So take some of these results with a grain of salt. They may not be representative of the real system performance, but nonetheless, they are powders that were produced on both or used on both systems to produce these coupons. So sorry, big things to note here. In the upper left-hand corner, you can see the spherical equivalent diameter, a distribution of the spherical equivalent diameter for all of these coupons. And again, this is after manual interrogation of all of the flaws, all of the potential flaws identified by our automated defect recognition algorithm. So the big feature of note here is the Renishaw AM250 appears to be generating a range of flaw sizes, some of them approaching up to 200 microns in diameter, but they are considerably smaller than some of the flaws that had been generated on the Pro X320 coupons. This is including the virgin and the reused powder, so keep that in mind. But still, some of the flaws generated on the Pro X320 are approaching almost 500 microns in diameter, spherical equivalent diameter. And so there's a lot of power here in just the amount of data that's being generated and trying to understand where these flaws are, how they're shaped, where they're located within the coupon. And from that, we can do fracture mechanics analysis to try to understand which ones might be most detrimental to our fatigue property. So in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see we've started to look into different failure factors for fatigue to predict, based off of the flaw size, position, aspect ratio, what have you, which ones might be most detrimental to your fatigue properties. So to look into this a little bit further, as I mentioned in the previous slide, there were a lot of flaws in the Pro X320 that were very large. So what I've done here is made a cutoff of 100 microns for both the Pro X320 and the AM250. So the solid lines are for flaws that are larger than 100 microns, or sorry, excuse me, smaller than 100 microns, and are likely gas pores or keyhole pores based off of their size. Whereas these dashed lines are most likely going to be lack of fusion flaws, considering their size. They're very, very large. And what we can do is, because we have all of our CT scans registered, we can generate spatial distributions for each of these different flaw types. So you can see, based off of these solid lines, a lot of our smaller flaws are concentrated near the contours. It looks like what is likely approaching the hatch contour interface. I think this has been demonstrated a lot in the literature. And then as you go further into the built material, you get an increase in, or you get a decrease in these smaller flaws. But for the coupons built on the Pro X320, you get a lot of these larger flaws that are starting to show up throughout the bulk of the material. I have a quick note here, just to keep everyone on track. For all of the flaws outside of the gauge region at the time we had made this presentation, we hadn't actually finished going through all of the flaws that had been identified. So there's this spike in the flaw counts that you see at about 4,000 microns from the built surface. That's purely due just to the number of flaws that had actually been confirmed at that point. We've since done, follow-up analysis on this, and it's a relatively uniform distribution of these larger flaws. So getting back to these larger flaws, we're trying to understand, sorry, Bill, could you go back real quick?
And just a time check, Zach, we have 9 minutes left.
Oh, okay, then I will rush through that, and you can just go to the next part then, that's fine. So we've done a lot of fatigue analysis on all of these coupons. We've related them all to our flaws that we identified. We have some thoughts as to why some coupons are failing, what we would call prematurely, why some of them are failing at a higher cycles to failure, and we are seeing that there are some differences in terms of both the powder condition and the AM system platform that was used to generate these coupons. So this analysis is ongoing, and we'll touch base on this either in the questions or when we finish the final report. You can go to the next slide. Just to summarize again, we have all of this data. We have everything spatially synchronized. We've done fractography on a lot of these coupons. And so we're able to do some really detailed analysis in terms of which coupons are failing where, which ones are correlated to possible inclusions, possible flaws in the pre-hip or post-hip data. You can go to the next slide. And then, we have everything registered to the bill plate coordinate system, again, because of the extensive amount of work we did to register everything. So we can do some detailed statistical analysis to try to understand, does the position on the bill plate affect the fatigue life of these coupons? And I'll swing it back to you, Abdallah.
Thanks, everybody. So currently where we're at the time of this presentation, we hadn't completed all the analysis. Zach is finishing that up now. We're also planning and have done extensive metallography and fractography on some of these fracture surfaces, which is producing some fairly interesting results. And I think the fatigue testing is completed at the time of this submission. It was ongoing. So now we see a clear relationship between since the time we submitted this, we think we see a fairly good relationship between some of these lack of fusion flaws that we're seeing and the fatigue life or the outlying points in the fatigue data. This task 2, was really focused on trying to bring a little bit of understanding to some of these flaw formation mechanisms. So we really did an approach where we tried to investigate as many flaw generation methods as we could think of. So those things like gas flow, stripe overlap, having different types of contours, looking at spatter interaction with the build. We built a cylindrical coupon where we tried to introduce as many of these mechanisms as we can think of along the vertical direction, separating each one of these regimes using a set of contour deposits, just at nominal processing parameters. And we did all this on our Pro X320 machine, which is retrofitted with a variety of sensors that are all synchronized using a common data acquisition system that's running at either 100 kilohertz or 50 kilohertz, depending on how much data we want to collect. But everything is synchronized, which differentiates us from a lot of other folks. Enables us to do things like this. Hopefully the high-speed video is playing, or now will soon be playing. There's a little bit of a lag. So this was a case, just one of the demonstrations, where we put a bunch of spatter atop the powder bed and process with the laser beam. What you can see is that a bunch of floating little spatter particles, and hopefully what you'll see next is a green circle, showing that the laser can sometimes interact with this spatter in some interesting ways, causing the position of the plume, which is really the only thing that you see. That's the bright spot, that's the plume, the hot vapor that's being generated as a result of evaporation, shifting a little bit. What that tells us is that the laser track can actually shift a little bit during processing if there's airborne spatter above the bed. That shifting is not inconsequential, especially when it results in partial melting of that spatter that's above your pool. And what can happen, highlighted in the circle in the red there, is an interaction between the laser and a large spatter particle, and it appears over subsequent layers that not only does this show up as a big bright spot in our sensor data, which I won't cover here, but this is data from a separate sensor that's designed to look at just the plume. It appears to manifest itself across multiple layers as this large region of increased height where that spatter particle existed. And so this is now hopefully is playing, and you can see it now, a high-speed video of a layer above where that spatter interaction first occurred. And you see that there still remains this region that's fairly large, that's still interacting and shifting the location of your interaction zone up just a little bit. And we can certainly track this using some fairly simple code to figure out where the beam is at. And if you plot all the trajectories, straight line trajectories, as you would expect, they're fairly all over the place. You see this sort of blue, some of these actual regimes curved a little bit. This is actually likely more in height than it is along the XY direction, but it nevertheless changes. And when we compare this exact location to where our CT data tells us it should be, so we took the high-speed imaging, we look at the resulting CT data, we use our automatic defect recognition software, and sure enough, there's a fairly large void in that region. And we think this presents a fairly good case for observing an anomaly. We're kind of lucky, seeing an anomaly, linking that anomaly to the CT data, and kind of telling a story of where we think the origin of that particular flaw was. And in this case, we think it resulted from the interaction of spatter with the melt pool. So as part of the closeout of this project, I'm going to go through a couple of listings here, technology transitions. So we've transitioned one of our early data management systems to Moog by providing some training on that. We've also had input from the industry partners on the fatigue test plan. Of course, we're going to transition our data to them as well. Part of our workforce development, this program partially funded Zach's PhD work, provided some DIMSAM training as well. As one of the things that's not covered here, maybe it should have, is all the undergraduates that got to touch this project during its course. We, of course, have tons of undergraduates that come through our laboratory here at Penn State. All the data that was developed under this program is considered consortium developed IP, so that all will be transitioned to American Makes as part of this program. And of course, everybody here can access that data as American Makes members. This includes the fatigue data as well as all the metallography and fractography data as well. And we'll also transition the sensor data as we can. Now, in the few minutes I have left, I'm happy to take some of your questions.
Thanks for that, Abdallah. Let me help out read some of these for you. We got about a minute or two to take some questions. The first one asks, how do you definitively differentiate between stochastic occurring flaws and systematically occurring flaws?
This is pretty easy. So a stochastic flaw, as we're defining it, is a flaw that occurs in an otherwise high quality component. So if you see lack of fusion throughout your component, if you see keyhole porosity throughout your component, that's not random. That's occurring really because your processing parameters are bad. The stochastic flaws that we're interested in are things like flaws that randomly appear when you cross-section 1,000 parts and that one part has a stochastic flaw in it, meaning has a lack of fusion defect that you don't see anywhere else, or has a region that appears to result in overheating that transitions from stable processing to keyhole mode, and then you have a bunch of porosity in just one small region of your part.
Thank you. And then the next question is, did you compare the texture or anisotropy related fatigue behavior with these flaws?
That's a good question. So in order to create a statistically significant data set, we decided to pull all our coupons in the Z direction, in the as-built direction. So which we expect, and from the literature indicates that that's the weakest direction. So we did not. We're only looking at things that are built up in the Z.
Did you look at any of the microstructure, the grain morphology in that? Is there any data that folks can go back later and look at then on their own?
Yes. So we printed more coupons than we tested, a lot more coupons than we tested, and some of those have been cut up for metallography. We did not do a detailed EBSD, but those samples will be available. And with titanium, you can pick up the texture pretty easily just by looking at it under optical microscopes.
The next question we'll do, just one more. What is the difference between fatigue and AM specific fatigue coupons?
That's a great question. So everything we tested was the ASTM standard fatigue coupon, where we built it and then we machined it down. So it's machined. The AM specific fatigue coupon, we didn't do that testing under this. That was built in collaboration with Navair. The idea there was that we wanted to study the effect of the as-built surface. So those have a gauge section that's not machined afterwards, and also has a gauge section that's reflective of both upskin and downskin parameter sets, because they have slightly different functions.
Okay. Well, Zach and Abdallah, thank you so much for sharing this with us. Really appreciate you taking the time out of your schedule to come and present on this exciting program. And so we'll move next. I'd like to ask Sha Feng to come to the stage, please. Sha is joining us today. This is an invited talk that we've asked Sha to join us with. He's from NIST. He is a part of the life cycle engineering group there, and he's going to be speaking on data analytics and employing artificial intelligence and understanding of additively manufactured materials. So Sha, thank you so much for joining us, sir. The stage is yours.
Thank you, sir. Yep. Let me show my slides. Can you see my slide? No?
We can see it.
How about now? Can you all see my slide? No?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Again, my name is Sha Feng. I'm with the Engineering Laboratory at NIST. I'm going to talk about data analytics with AI for AM. First, I appreciate this opportunity on today's agenda. I'd like to especially thank Dr. Brendan Ribick for the invitation. So the disclaimer, basically it says NIST does not recommend or endorse commercial products. Some commercial products mentioned in this talk are not necessarily the best available for the purpose. The main message is that data analytics, DA, with artificial intelligence, AI, create insights into AM processes for better process control and part quality. I will explain every keyword in this sentence in this talk. So the talk will cover new opportunities with AI, a data landscape that we developed, and a data registration procedure that we proposed. And then specific NIST work on standardization. Then I will conclude. New opportunities with data analytics. DA with AI bring new cognition capabilities to AM. Sensor variety and the data volume give new perspectives onto both AM processes and the AM products. So we can see what happened layer by layer in the build, like in the previous presentation, and the defects in the part, like also in the previous presentation. Data registration and the correlation enable deep learning so that correlation among the design, material, process, property, performance can be explored. Lastly, DA plus AI plus physics-based understanding improves decision-making, like in qualification. Okay, I'd like to give a very brief introduction of DA. There are data analytics types. Data analytics based on data, big data. The data here are from sensing physical phenomena or objects. Product life cycle related data will be included in the future work. So first, descriptive analytics. It describes what has happened given the sensed phenomena, like it described deviation of male-pole dimensions. The second type is diagnostic analytics. It diagnose problems to determine why something happened. For example, diagnosis discontinuity in the track given parameter readouts. The third type is predictive analytics. It predicts what is likely going to happen. For example, predict porosity based on control parameters and the powder size distribution. The last type is prescriptive analytics. It prescribes a course of action. For example, prescribe a process plan. Also, design is based on prescriptive analytics. I'd like to go a little bit more detail. I'd like to give 3 examples. First one is layer defect prediction using CNN, convolution neural network, and SVM support vector machine for clarifying male-pole shape, bloom, spatter, evaporation, and plasma based on images of male-pole, plume, and spatter patterns. So process anomaly can be classified. The second example is a process heat map using a deep learning to analyze thermal images, in other words, infrared images, to for classifying anomalies like over melting, under melting. The map is like a Google map, tell you where mountains are, where's the lake, where's the city. The third one is X-ray CT image processing for detecting defects in the part. This is a NIST work. The researchers uses image processing techniques like filtering, thresholding, segmentation, tracking, and feature recognition to identify defects like pores, unmelted powders, and fatigue, and the cracks, excuse me. So more examples can be given. A lot of research results are available using like a CNN, SVM, and the PCA, principal component analysis techniques to classify, detect pores, bad features in the parts. So there are also some software tools available, like design tools, process planning tools, including material property database. Examples are Assemble and Assemble Material Database and the NIST AMMD. Also, modeling and simulation software available, process monitoring, production management software available. Lastly, data analytics software. Example is Assemble machine learning software. Next, I would like to present you a piece of NIST work on a framework for exploring opportunities in data analytics. This framework allows user to evaluate data analytic method for optimizing quality, cost, and the delivery of AM parts. My colleague Hyun-Soo Park leading the effort. He developed a large matrix, enable users to enter their priorities, goals, and enter data analytics method for optimization. Now I'd like to talk about data. First, data is the key for data analytics with AI. Sometimes data are very expensive to collect. So I will give you an overview of data landscape. Our work is primarily focused on laser-based powder bed fusion for fabricating metal parts. Sources are from pre-process activities, in-process, and post-process activities. For example, design data, material powder bed property data, process setting, and control commands are all in the pre-process activities. The in-process sources are freshly coated powder layer, melt pool, laser scan layer, and chamber environment. Post-process sources include destructive and non-destructive inspections and part testing, plus dimensional and surface measurement. Let's go into a little bit more detail on the in situ melt pool monitoring. So photogrammetry can be used to collect melt pool images. Coaxial photodiol can be used to collect time sequenced signals. The signals can be then translated into information such as temperature reading. Pyrometry. A pyrometer can be used to collect temperature readouts. Lastly, coaxial thermometry. A thermal camera can be used to take infrared pictures of melt pool to study temperature distribution. And for layer monitoring, a steering camera can be used to collect layer images. And steering thermography can be used to record melt pool scanning, to record laser scanning. Then execute a destructive microstructural evaluation, use optical microscope and EBSD SEM to look into microstructures. For post-process inspection, XCT can be used to look inside and outside of fabricated part. A coordinate measurement method, CMM, can be used to collect a point cloud for tolerance evaluation. And laser confocal microscope can be used to measure surface roughness. So there are a lot of data collected from different sensors. Next, I would like to get into data registration that we developed. Why? Because of the following reasons. Registered data are needed for data-driven decision-making and for multimodal data fusion and for data management and administration for better data organization, archival, and access. Here is a procedure. First, capture a sensor metadata, then sensing. Raw data can be collected. Raw data will go through a data cleansing to remove noise and outliers. Then contextual information can be added, like sensor data, sensor setup, and calibration information can be associated with the cleaned data. Then assign identifier to a data set. Then user can go through a temporal alignment. Temporal alignment is out of scope of this talk. And a spatial alignment. The spatial alignment is next. For detailed information, recently published paper document the more detailed procedure on the procedure. So this is geometric alignment for registration, and we develop a NIST. First, align output images to actual scan path. Scan path can be a sequence of commands or actual galvanometer scanner path positions. So we aligned the laser spot center with the command position or the actual galvo scanner position. Then aligned scan path to the layer images using a special feature like the center of the scan or edges for reference. If not possible, then a user can develop fiduciary marks to align the scan pattern with the layer image. Then align layer images one by one to create a stack of images, and align this stack with the X-City image using like fiduciary marks or specially identified reference marks or points. Then align X-City model to a CMM model, and a CMM model to a CAD model. For detail, we details documented in another recently published paper. Lastly, I'd like to talk about AM data standardization. First, we are proposing a work item in F42, ASTM42 on the data registration standard practice. Also, a common data dictionary is being worked within the F42.0a by my colleague Yan Lu. Another item is predictive model markup language. It is a standard of data mining group, DMG. NIST is proposing a new schema for representing CNN models using a PMML. The model will include header information about the predictive model, data dictionary, data transformation, and the network itself. It includes input, output. It includes layers, every layers, and the input, output of those layers, and the function of the network layers. So the rationale is that a neural network CNN has to be explainable. Using PMML with this new schema, explainable AI can be developed. In conclusion, data analytics and AI can improve process control and part quality. Heterogeneous sensor and data sources limited their applicability on look inside into the part and the process. Data registration is needed to overcome those limitations. Hybrid model combines with AI and a physics-based model has potential to accelerate product qualification. Standards are crucial. NIST is helping on developing those standards. I would like to acknowledge my colleagues. Without their help, this presentation. Thank you for your attention. I'd like to pass back to Brendan. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. It's great to hear about all these wonderful things going on. Just one personal curiosity. Are you actually tackling, applying some of these tools, given all these sources of data, these data analytics and schema and techniques? Are you now building evidence that showcases the promise of artificial intelligence approaches to mitigating some of these defects and enhancing process control? Is there evidence coming out about that now?
That's a good question. The answer is yes and no. We're using uh, the elements I presented for developing standard to verify standards.
Okay.
And we like to work with universities to do more about the data analytics methods, specific methods to validate the ideas.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Shah, it's a pleasure. We really appreciate you coming and sharing some of this great information with us.
Sure thing. My pleasure. Thank you.
Oh, you're
Thank you,
most
sir.
welcome. So at this time, we're going to transition to a talk that's going to be given by Mr. Doug Palmer today. He joins us from Booz Allen Hamilton. And this discussion is focused on cybersecurity, and it's entitled Zero Trust. So I'm gonna welcome Doug to the stage at this time.
All right, great. Can you hear me and see me? Everything okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, good. All right, let me pull up these charts and we'll jump right in. So it's great to be here today with everybody. And yeah, so as it was mentioned, I was asked to share some perspectives about zero trust and how it might apply to additive manufacturing, both at a device and a network level. And so, you may be, the world's greatest zero trust expert, or you may have never heard of it. And I hope this is interesting for all of you. I do want to mention that there's a lot of good work happening today about how to secure these devices. How do we utilize them? Good security, in my opinion, would be something that really enables more usage of technologies that are out there. And I always try, at least in our work in microelectronic security, to try to think about how can we make security and good security practices an enabler instead of an inhibitor. And I think zero trust is a great concept to do that, but it is just one approach out there. I'm not necessarily advocating that it's the right solution for everybody. And I know that everybody's, a lot of different groups are looking into it. But that said, I'm going to share some thoughts about what zero trust is and how I think it may apply here. So just to start off, just as a level set, I don't know when's the last time a lot of people touched a lot of parts hands-on with traditional approaches, but I started my career at the Navy Fleet Readiness Center in Jacksonville, and I spent a lot of time there hands-on in the F-18 wing shop and doing center barrel replacement, really coming to learn and appreciate the level of expertise that's required to manufacture these parts today. Even with traditional approaches, it's something that takes years of experience, particularly in the areas that I mentioned here around paints, coatings, composites, all these things. You'll hear oftentimes, even in major OEM manufacturers like a Lockheed Martin or somebody, that there's a limited number of people who really know how to do landing gear, for example. So, I have an aerospace background, so I like to think about aircrafts, but really, really in defense systems, there's so much skill and experience that's required. And this really adds a layer of security. It adds something that maintains that competitive advantage over time. And that's something to feel good about. And it's something we need to think about as we're moving forward with AM methods. On the right side of the chart here, I mentioned that, it's hard to gain this level of expertise. And I'm using this China commercial aircraft example. For many years, they've been trying to do this. And I don't want to think about this in an adversarial sense. This is something that, if you really come to understand this, that there's a national pride among the mainland Chinese population of having their own ability to do this. They build a lot of great things. They feel they can do this well, and they want to do this. So it's not adversarial. It's more that, this is something that they want to do, but it's really hard to build this up. So it's something that we,
can actually see your slide
to maintain our capabilities. Now that said, as we move into AM, AM, as you know, is really changing the landscape of the potential future manufacturing base in that it's digitizing and aggregating design information and intellectual property to a degree that just cannot be done today. You cannot extract that information out of the manufacturer's head for today, the artist today.
Doug, sorry to butt in, but we cannot see any slides. If you think you're sharing them, we don't see them.
Oh, well, thanks for Thanks for jumping in. So that's odd. Let's just try it one more time. All right. Let me do that. All right. How about that? Can you hear? Can
Perfect.
you see me? Can you see me now?
Awesome.
Okay, great. All right. So anyway, I'll just let you have a moment to look at this example I was showing here. So, just a few articles out there. It's really a great read, particularly this Jamestown report, just showing how tough it is to build up that level of manufacturing expertise. So anyway, moving on. So, as I was mentioning, this digitization and aggregation of design IP is something that is just, it's a huge landscape change. It's obviously we're still a long way from replacing the traditional methods, but there's a lot of great progress that's being made, including this group and others. And it's making these future manufacturing methods and AM devices and design databases just a prime target. I mean, just imagine the value of something where you can get this number of designs, and we are in a way commoditizing a piece of the manufacturing process, in that the level of expertise required when you can go out and buy a COTS 3D printer for certain types of parts. In the future, many more parts. It's really a valuable target. So it's just something that we're going to have to be very serious about. How do we protect our designs, our design information, and the like? And so looking at this chart, we want to be an enabler. We want to maximize the success of AM. And so to do that, we've got to really think about system security with this in mind. And this is one security pyramid that I like. There's a lot out there, but this is the three main areas that come to mind. I was thinking about remote attacks within the cyber lands, cyber methods preventing those remote attacks, traditional sort of trust approaches, looking at supply chain, how people can get things either maliciously or just inadvertently, or perhaps an economically motivated party putting a defective or compromised part into your device, and even local attacks. And that's not just technology protection if it falls into the wrong hands, although it does cover that, but also thinking about things like insider threats and so on. So let's talk about cyber first. So thinking about this future user base, I drew this out, and truly I didn't even give it justice, because it would take too long to draw all the people that would want to use this future AM design database, right? You've got people, well, first of all, you've got the design database itself. It can be in the cloud. It can have numerous multiple sites, redundant sites. You've got a lot of different types of users. You've got people who are designing parts. You've got people testing parts. So you've got a lot of people touching this design database. And every one of them is going to have, various hardware, software, peripherals, all kinds of different things. And so from a cyber perspective, enforcing appropriate cyber controls and policies in terms of system configurations and patching, and what's allowed to plug in where, and that sort of thing, version control, it's very tough. So we're going to need a very rigorous cyber approach to this. And traditional approaches, historical approaches, tend to be layered, perimeter-based approaches, and there's certainly a value there. And I'm not trying to say it's not worth it, but they've been shown to not necessarily work or be comprehensive in the way that this mission would require, in my opinion. And I think something new is needed, and a lot of people think that way, but I'll get into more in a moment. Thinking again about the types of vulnerabilities, insider threat has been just a big and growing area. These are just a few metrics around that in terms of think about this one, the percentage of companies that suffered from insider threats, by year. It's an incredible number, and there's just a lot of insider threats. But I want to point out down here that it's not just a malicious actor out there. It's human error can be an insider threat as well. These events are very costly. It takes a long time to find them, and a lot of data can be lost. And I guess part of the point of this was that the perimeter-based approaches that trust you once you're in the door are still vulnerable to these types of insider threats. So because of that, and because of related topics, other types of breaches of perimeter methods, this zero trust method, was created around 2010 timeframe. And so what is it? Well, it's intended to be a paradigm shift here in the way we think about security, away from a traditional perimeter-based method, and basically to a method where you are not trusting any device, inherently trusting due to accreditation or other factors, anything that's in your network. So you're assuming a breach, and what you want to do but you still need to access certain devices. So you need to utilize things, but you can't necessarily inherently trust them. And so what do? You have to monitor, what's happening and basically look for behaviors and activity that indicate that something is going wrong. And one thing that I really struggled with, because I spent a lot of time in traditional methods, was thinking about, well, couldn't we find that compromise before it happened? And why don't we just design a better supply chain method to prevent that compromise from happening? And really the way I sort of got my head around it was that you have to assume that somebody has already invented a way to get around your best supply chain accreditation method, for example. So somebody's thought of a way to compromise your device in a way that you haven't predicted yet. And so how do you make sure you're getting the data you need to discover those things quickly, right when they happen and before you have serious data loss? Least privilege access is another key tenet of a zero trust approach, where you don't want things that have the ability to just access all of your data, whether or not it's normal for that device to need that data, for example. On the right here, there's a few key components to a zero trust solution. There's a lot around user identities, device identities. Who are our users and devices? What types of things are they normally accessing and that are required for them to do their job? And then how do we structure our network in a way that segments off? Secure enclave, I've seen in other reports, is a great sort of way of expressing this. Basically, how do we segment off certain parts of our network and then monitor for this lateral movement as well as escalation of privileges and things, to where we've got people basically that are only accessing the things they need to do that job. So as I mentioned, this strategy is really based on least privilege access for all users. And so what does that look like in terms of a logical architecture? Well, we want to look at our users and establish a normal, basically an identity for those users, understand what their normal behavior should look like. So you can imagine a user that's in a print shop focusing on a helicopter, at a helicopter maintenance depot. You would not want that user accessing designs that are not for things that normally go through the depot, right? So it's pretty logical, but it has happened where people have access to, once you get in, you kind of just have access to everything. And that's something we want to avoid. As well as the device, understanding what that device is able to make, where does it reside versus other similar devices that may reside in other locations, and that sort of thing. So you combine those two things, and you really establish then a policy around your data, your design data. What are the attributes of these users? Should they be accessing this set of designs and their normal activity? And if so, you enforce that policy, as these requests are made. So basically, there's a lot more data analytics and intelligent firewalling that has to occur for this to work well. So just to recap a couple points about zero trust, it's really a major change. It's a big cultural shift. And I'm going to get to it in a little bit, but I'm not saying that it means you abandoned traditional supply chain and that sort of thing. But this is what this approach is based on. It's basically assuming that a breach has happened, focus on protecting your data, and then breaking down communication and verifying that the devices are interacting in a way that is normal for their job. And so that way, when you have things that are outside of normal behavior, you can flag them, you can investigate, that sort of thing. So as I mentioned down here at the bottom, assuming the device has been compromised, in a way that you haven't discovered yet, is a great way to think about this, because it's possible that it's happened, right? And so how do you make sure that your security posture will help you prevent a major loss if something like that happens? Okay, so shifting gears for a moment, the DoD stakeholders are really thinking about this. This is something from the DARPA ERI summit last year. Now there's another one coming up in a few weeks, and I'm really interested to see what happens. But this was a major, sort of a sea change in a way last year, is thinking about, and this was a briefing by Dr. Porter, and talking about, shifting our thinking about trust and security. So in the microelectronics domain, we have the trusted foundry model, and that is a great way to provide or procure certain designs for DoD applications, and you can procure it in a way that is compliant, it works for you, it has all the metrics and that sort of thing. But it's hard to maintain that; it's expensive, and it's something that I don't think this. Well, let me say it this way: this briefing was in some ways interpreted to mean that the trusted model was no longer needed, and since then, that's not what they had intended by this briefing, and I would agree with that. But it's more around that in some cases, to access leading edge commercial technologies, you need to think about it. You can't only depend on the trusted approaches, right? You need to have another way to get to the things you want to get to. And so that's around data collection analysis, right? And looking at that data in terms of deciding, how do you trust those devices and facilities. So moving on, when you look at a supply chain, it's incredibly large. There's minimal traceability there, so it's very hard to know where your things are, where your devices are coming from. And so, of course, a lot of people say AM reduces the risk of certain devices by reintegrating or vertically integrating that part of supply chain. Of course, the printer is still made with those sources, so you got to think about it in terms of your device security. Thinking about your device security, there's a lot of exploitable vulnerabilities that are left over as a result of that within your device. So you can think about Trojans coming in, you can think about counterfeiting, you can think about defective parts making their way into the device, as well as remote attacks like intrusions, hacking, all that sort of thing. So there's a lot of security risks that can occur, and it's something that your security approach needs to consider at a device level. As well as a network level, how can each of those contribute to the security? Now, digging in further into the devices, there's just an incredible number of parts in here. And if you were going to do a traditional approach, it would be just so expensive, so time-consuming to take each device through this. You're talking about just many, many parts. You could maybe narrow it down to only the critical parts and looking at the control board and the CPU and that sort of thing. But basically, it's very challenging. It could be done. I think people are doing it for certain devices, but I think we would all agree that to take every printer that we might need in the future through this process would be very expensive, and it could be slow, and there's a cost, there's a penalty to that. And then on top of that, these systems change rapidly, right? There's many versions that come out. Those versions have different parts. Those parts probably have different supply chains, even year to year, within the same version. So a lot of that is a challenge. So basically that, brings us to the main point here, which is that trusting that device model after you've taken one of them through the RMF, to me, it's probably not adequate. It's not cost effective, and it doesn't even consider things like insider threat and the like. So here is sort of a logical architecture of a possible future. Basically, how do we learn from zero trust to protect not necessarily the devices, but the data itself, right? So we want to monitor user and device behavior against a security policy, against their role in the organization. When they submit requests for a design, we want to look at it, verify it's relevant to their position and duties and so on, and basically enforce our data control policy with the mindset of least privilege access. We want to also encrypt data that's moving or at rest. So there's a lot of pieces of that that go into zero trust. But essentially, this is what we're doing, is determining if this data request is compliant and appropriate. It's really the first step. And when you get requests that are not compliant or appropriate, that's how you can identify things as they're happening. So let me step back, and I don't want to leave out these other two, but I think this is a way that would enable us to utilize these untrusted printers for certain parts. Not every part, not the most critical parts, but certain parts. And the three pieces of this, I kind of spoke to the first one here, which is that we shouldn't assume the device is not compromised just because it passed RMF. right? So a remote attacker can still access that, do all sorts of things. How do we prevent all those things from happening? All right, but then on the supply chain side, just because we've done a supply chain risk management exercise, it doesn't mean that the device couldn't have been compromised through version changes and parts making their way in that maybe our methods didn't quite detect, right? No accreditation process is perfect. And then lastly, and this one is tough to really think about, but it's that you can't assume it's not compromised just because it's in a secure area. And insider threat, and really that inadvertent insider threat is something that I'll think about. I don't like to think about people being malicious, but it does happen. But I think it's more about a lot of inadvertent loss that can happen. So where could we go? Well, this is one thought about our possible future. I really do think that there's a potential here for a hybrid approach, right? Zero Trust has a lot of things it does well, but for very critical defense parts, you're not going to just put an untrusted printer in there and print off very sensitive, designs and things like that. So I think a hybrid approach would involve, using a Zero Trust architecture, but looking at our mission, our design data, and looking at the criticality, safety, whether that part drives critical differentiation, like a technology advantage for that system. So basically looking at our design data and coming up with a design sensitivity scale in terms of how sensitive is that design? Is it something that we would be willing to print on an untrusted device, for example? And then on the right side here, looking at devices and users in a cost-effective way. So for certain printers, ones that we're going to use a lot, we're going to make all kinds of things with it, and it's maybe going to print very sensitive parts. Maybe you do want to take that through an RMF process. Maybe you do want to look at the supply chain and try to, exert some level of controls over that. But then also, not only requiring that, but basically you can assign device and user permissions based on a cost-effective application of traditional approaches. So if you do those two things, I think it will basically build from the traditional methods, but then also allow some of these untrusted printers to come in for certain parts that are less critical, and it'll put it all within an environment that's basically structured to monitor at a level that we don't monitor today with these types of systems. So I know that was a lot of material. I hope it was helpful. This is really part of the opportunity space. And so I'd love to hear questions and comments. Thank you. All right, so I see a couple questions here. So let's see. So the first one here I see is that a combination of multi-layer, multiple segmentation, soft and hard marker. If trust is breached, it will provide us better security. So any comments on the total architecture? I mean, I guess what I was saying, I hope I understand this question. Really what I'm saying is that we are implementing a zero trust architecture, in this case that's designed to enable that segmentation, basically monitoring of data flows and prevention of lateral accesses between devices, as well as escalation of privileges, which is a critical issue. So that the total architecture needs to essentially be an architecture that does not include today's approaches. But then you're using today's approaches to really augment that in terms of who gets the device and user permissions and who doesn't. I think that's a way to kind of build from today's approaches, and not just call zero trust the next greatest big solution. I don't think it's necessarily that. Okay, so in a zero trust environment, it's assumed a breach has occurred. So how much effort is needed to develop markers and chase breaches? I think that there is. I think there could be different opinions about this, but it's my view, at least, that there's more effort really in setting up the zero trust architecture than there is, once you've done it well, theoretically, it should be easier to chase breaches because you ought to know through very rigorous data analytics who's talking to who, when are they talking to each other, and identifying it that way. I think what's really hard is actually understanding your data to a degree that really lets you determine when people are accessing it when they shouldn't be. So that is really hard. I think if you understand your data really well, and you have to know that device working on helicopters shouldn't be accessing this other part that goes on submarines or something. So I hope that answers your question there. Okay, so common metrics around how cost-effective a risk management approach is. I think, well, certainly for traditional methods, one thing we look at is the total acquisition cost or total life cycle cost of a certain procurement decision. So if you've got a system and it's buying a certain microelectronics part like a chip, you've got multiple procurement paths, you want to assess each of those. A traditional approach would basically look at the supply chain, look at the location of the vendor, look at the ownership of the company, all kinds of things like that. And so there's a lot of time that's spent to do that. And so one way you could look at cost effectiveness is to say, okay, how much dollars am I investing versus the total cost of buying this part, number one, and then the total mission exposure of that part. So if it's a really critical part, then there is a residual risk of that part in its end system. So if that part were to fail for any reason earlier than its design life, there's a mission cost as well. So it's not just the cost of the part, it's also the cost to the end system or mission associated with that part failing. And that could be failing just due to defects, or also due to counterfeits and all kinds of things. So I would look at that. Basically, your upfront costs, your long-term costs, you make a residual risk calculation out of that, and that gives you your return on investment. Okay. What is the role of double identity verification, and how much information on the physical location of the offsite user is kept? I think that is something that could widely vary by organization, and it sounds to me like one of the many items that could easily be, I guess, overlooked. But if you're thinking about an offsite user, like a field user, I'm thinking about maybe an in-country a print shop that is out with a deployed unit or a forward unit. Do you need to know the physical location of that deployed unit before you allow them to print, or access your design database? That is definitely one of these data understanding decisions that I think you'd have to get into as an organization about, and to me, I guess, just speaking off the cuff, I think it would be more about the user privileges than the device privileges in that particular case. So you would, one aspect of this is that when someone's accessing your database, they need to come in with their device information, but also their user, verified user privileges. And so by doing that, you have a combination of things. So that way, the device hopefully was not left behind, and somebody else is trying to access without user privileges. So that's kind of how that is intended to work, but it's definitely not easy. So it's a great question. Any other questions, comments?
I think that's it.
Very good.
Thank you so much for joining us, Doug. We really appreciate you sharing this useful information for us. I know a lot of folks in the AM community are looking to try and learn as much as they can, especially when it comes to cybersecurity. So thank you for joining our session today.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Devin Young, to come to the stage. This is a presentation. It's going to be on an institute project. This is looking at the printing of composites. This is another mammals program. And so welcome, Mr. Devin Young. Thank you for joining us, sir. It's good to see you.
Yes, you too. Thank you. Just making sure you can hear me, correct?
Yes, sir.
Great.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I can't see your slides yet, though.
Oh, sorry, say that again?
I can't see your slides yet.
Oh, okay. There's the share screen. All right. There we go. All right. Let me go ahead and get this started. Yeah, thanks for that introduction. Yeah, my name is Devin Young, and I'm the lead engineer for the Utah Advanced Materials and Manufacturing Initiative, or UAMI as it's called. let's get this presentation started. And what our project was the demonstration of 3D composite space additive manufacturing, the CBAM build process for low criticality part families. So let's go ahead and get started with just the project overview. Sure, won't spend a lot of time here, but you can see the total federal funding about $542K, our cost share commitment $330,000 or so, and total budget about $875,000. Our period of performance was from May of 2018 till just this past June when we've completed the project in 2020. Our TRL and MRL targets were they both started at 4, and we were targeting 5 for this. With our technology roadmap alignment is process, and unlike most of the other projects here, instead of doing metals I know there's a few polymer projects, we've been focusing on, as mentioned, fiber reinforcement thermoplastic matrix materials. As kind of an overview of this project, the problem that we're looking at, and I'm sure many of you are well familiar with this project problem as well, though, is the U.S. Air Force. They have legacy parts availability issues due to whatever reason. Parts get old, they wear out, they don't have any tooling to replace them, the parts become obsolete, and unexpected failure, whatever it might be. And so they start to turn and look towards additive manufacturing, printing on demand to eliminate these supply chain availability issues. And so our objective in this project was to locate a CBAM printer near Hill Air Force Base in Utah, and then demonstrate and evaluate that process to generate non-critical, non-structural components. And we examined components from 3 different part families listed here: electrical, non-structural, and secondary, and subsystem components. And then assessed the degree which extends to other part families that are similar. Some of the benefits that CBAM provides is the flexibility and the range of build materials it has. You can do different combinations of fiber reinforcement and thermoplastic matrix materials. And then also the CBAM process and the parts provide bidirectional build strength, requires no tooling, scalable, and estimated 10 times faster build speeds for net shape results as compared to, say, an FDM process. So substantially faster than FDM. And then there's also the possibility of providing unique multi-material builds or embedment of small sensors to build multi-material small parts. The approach that we've used in support of this, meeting this objective, though, was, as I mentioned, installing a CBAM printer and its support equipment in Utah near the Hill Air Force Base. And there's 3 pieces of main equipment that we'll go over shortly: the Pilot 1 printer, the heated press, and a media blaster. In addition, we set up a commercial test agreement with the ALC at Hill Air Force Base to perform no-cost metrology. We had a mechanical testing component that was performed by the Utah Composites Laboratory at the University of Utah. Ultimately, we identified 10 parts for this demonstration, and in addition to those 10 parts, getting those printed, the metrology and mechanical properties tested, we generated a trade study, part substitution guidelines, and technical data packages. Now, just to explain, this is kind of a novel system that I imagine most people aren't quite very familiar with. But this is the Impossible Objects CBAM Pilot 1 printer that we installed at Hill Air Force, near Hill Air Force Base, I should say, at the USTAR Innovation Center. So I'm going to go through this process, how it works real quickly for you. So first, you take, I'm going to a little pointer out here, for hopefully it makes things a little easier for you to see. So here we start with a stack of reinforcement sheets, and they're picked up and placed onto a conveyor system, as seen here. Then it moves first to the second stage of the printing process is inkjet wetting fluid deposition, where we have a print cartridge that's going to deposit a wetting fluid. This is going to mean the cross-sectional shape or the layer shape of all of the parts that are being printed. Now what this allows us to do is then deposit thermoplastic powder onto the sheet, and what it's going to do, it's only going to bond strongly to the sheet where that inkjet printing fluid was deposited, and the rest of the powder gets cycled back up for reuse later. And then the final step is stacking of the sheets all together at the end. So to give you a better idea what this is, I've got a short little video to kind of demonstrate this. And what we're going to see, we're going to start having this sheet here already placed onto the printing platen, ready for the inkjet fluid deposition. There we go. So now one other thing that's doing here is it's punching holes in the 4 corners to create indicial marks to keep all the sheets aligned when you're doing this entire process, and it's depositing the wetting fluid right now. Then it gets picked up, moved on to the next conveyor belt, and then thermoplastic powder deposited. The excess is cycled back up, and we come out where it's only stuck to where the inkjet printing fluid was. That moves through, and then finally, this is the stacking sequence where we stack all the sheets one atop another. So now what we have is we have this stack of unconsolidated sheets with thermoplastic powder in the cross-sectional shape of the parts that we're printing on it. So what we need to do is we need to get that to a solid part through heated compression. That's our next step. And that is done using a heated press here, which was put together for us by Wabash, specifically to accommodate the CBAM heated compression process. And so what we do is we open the door here, and then inside we've got a stack of sheets with the alignment pins keeping everything aligned. And if we zoom in a little bit more on what that's going to look like for us, is we've got a printing two compression platens, on the bottom and the top, which are heated, as well as some space heaters. That gets everything up to temperature, so we can, once it's up to temperature, we can compress it down to the final part height, at which point we end up with a consolidated build block. So you can see, if you take a look at this, you can see the outlines of the parts, and then other areas around the parts where there's unconsolidated fiber material that needs to be removed. So to actually get our final parts, we need to remove those unconsolidated fibers, which essentially we do through a media blasting process by placing the media blaster, move it over the build block, and then it's really kind of almost like an excavation process. Makes you feel like an archaeologist. And you can start to see the parts are being extracted here. And this has been partially media blasted. A little bit better view of that, though, this is an example impeller part, which has been half extracted from the fibers. So you can see at the bottom, you've got the fibers, where at the top, you've got your impeller part. So you complete that process, and that's pretty much the end of the process, and you now have your net shape part. The materials that we're using for this is first sheets of fiber reinforcement. As I mentioned, that's the first step, as it picks up and starts printing on these sheets. Where I've been printing on 12-inch by 8-inch sheets, as you can see here, where the fibers are about average length 1 inch. And if we zoom in on that, you'll see that the orientation is random. So these aren't unidirectional veils or anything like that. So all the fibers are randomly oriented, and that's where we get that bidirectional strength. The two main reinforcements we're looking at here are fiberglass and carbon fiber, though most of my printing was done using the carbon fiber sheets. There's two available thermoplastic matrix materials, nylon 12, PA12, or also refer to it from here on out, and then PEEK. And so just a little word about how to actually design for this process. It's similar to what I understand people do with binder jetting, where they're going to have multiple parts in a single build. But since we're going to be using a single sheet for every time no matter how many parts you use that entire sheet, you want to design it so you optimize that build volume and fill it with multiple parts. As such, well, some things to note about this, though, is that the parts can be stacked top and under. So if you look at the isometric view at these coupons or the side view, you can put these things right on top of each other with no support structures, since they're supported by the material and parts below them. Although I spoke a little too quickly there are support structures, these red pillars that are surrounding the build here, but they're not attached to the parts. They're there essentially to keep, once you've finished the heated compression, to contain the relaxation forces, in the unconsolidated fiber material. And I'll talk about that a little bit more in a second. But just note that they don't need to be connected to it. Minimum part wall thickness recommended for CBAM is about 0.08 inches, but I've got a part I'll show you in a little bit that actually we were able to go a little under that and still have good results. And finally, the last thing is that though I'm printing on a 12 by 8-inch sheet, really the effective build area is more closer to 10 by 7, because on these perimeters you'll get buildup of excess powder and you lose resolution in your parts. So it's best to stay a little away from that distance and then just use a slightly smaller build area, that 10 by 7. And the height of the parts is limited to about 4 inches, which really is just a limit of how large of a stack of unconsolidated sheets can you fit into the heated press. And so using those design elements and those materials, though, I'll move on to discussing some of the parts that I printed for this project as the demonstration. And I'll start first with two of the electrical components that we did. First, the electronics junction box body. This is a part given to us by BAE Systems Minuteman III sustainment. And this was the largest print we did in the project. Ended up being, as you can see, almost 1,300 pages, which taught me a good lesson about making sure I estimate my supplies properly, because I ran into 2 supply issues while I was doing this, which I note mainly because I had about a week when I ran out of sheets and then inkjet print cartridge. So total of two stops with a week each time to get new materials, which led to these striations forming in the side of the block after I finished it. So just an important point to try to finish all the prints in one session if at all possible. I just wanted to highlight kind of these corner geometries, which are kind of neat. A good example of one of the major benefits of additive manufacturing in general, and also for CBAM here, is the ability to make these reasonably complex geometries with nothing more than your CAD model. It's as easy as printing any other type of feature. But as I mentioned before, one thing that was important with this one, and it comes into play particularly with this part since it was so large, is the role of relaxation forces in the build after you've done the heated compression. So since this was so tall, there was a high likelihood that those relaxation forces would split the part apart. So I had to come up with a thorough support strategy to prevent this from happening. And just to kind of highlight what that looks like, this is the STL model we used of the part to create it in NetFab, where we included these support pillars around the perimeter, and then on the inside we have larger support pillars to contain those forces inside of the box, but broken up just to make sure that'd be slightly easier to remove these during the excavation, the extraction process. One part to note about this is that despite our best efforts, we still ran into splitting, as you can see in this image here, though they weren't really related to a lack of proper support structures. It turns out that our circulation fan shut off while we were doing the heated compression process, and that led to hot spots forming in the build chamber, and then ended up burning the matrix. You can see some discoloration here where the cracks happened. And so in light of that, we repaired those cracks, since we couldn't do anything with the burnt matrix per se, using a 2-part epoxy to kind of bond it back together. That leads to the next part we did, which is the lid to the electronics junction box. This is an interesting part. Specifically, I want to point out some of the notable features that come with it to kind of demonstrate the ability or the type of things you can do with CBAM. Printed text, you can see on this here, there's these TP1 through TP9, that is, that are printed on here. There's some small features on the face of the box which were intended for some electrical components. You can see that on this surface here. And then these rectangular bars with these narrow channels between them. And this is able to kind of demonstrate a phenomenon that to be considered when using CBAM is the phenomenon of blooming, they call it. It's essentially the expansion of the thermoplastic matrix material. And one thing to be wary of is that it can bloom and then ruin the resolution of these finer features, though it's not always consistent. For instance, these are 2 lids that I printed, and you can see on this one, the text is well defined, easily legible. On this other one, it's mostly been bloomed away and you can't really see it. Let's see. The next set of components, part family we're looking at, was referred to as non-structural and secondary components. And 2 of these parts were provided to us by, I'm not going to say that whole acronym, but the ATENS maintenance group at Hill Air Force Base. So what we have here is a part called the wire bundle clamp and another part called the hydraulic hose clamp. And what you notice here is that I've got 2 instances of each part that I'm showing you here. One of carbon fiber PA12 and the other one of fiberglass PA12. We wanted to be able to demonstrate that CBAM can print out of these different materials and have demonstration parts of each material combination that were available to us. And these ones actually really fit really well for that demonstration, because after I printed the carbon fiber versions, I was informed by the A10 maintenance, they thought it was neat, they thought it was cool, but then they told me, well, we could never actually put these in service because that carbon fiber would be too abrasive for the wire or the hydraulic hoses that it's holding. As such, I mentioned, well, we could do fiberglass, and they said that would be a suitable option though. So that's why for these parts, I have both of them. They're not particularly intricate geometries though, but we were able to kind of demonstrate the the different materials you can use for CBAM with these ones. Now I'll move on to the subsystem component part family, starting with the B-52 side cowl louver vent. This is given to us by the React Lab at Tinker Air Force Base. I'm betting many of you are familiar with the React Lab, but for those who aren't, they do a lot of additive manufacturing as replacement for different parts that were injection molded, as this one was in the past, or other parts that are facing supply availability options though. So this is one of their demonstration parts that they gave to us. And this is, I alluded to this earlier though, this is a part that had thin walls and flanges, about 0.06 inches instead of, which is a little bit below that 0.08 that is the recommended. And so it kind of demonstrates that you can still get pretty good resolution and good results lower than that. One thing to highlight here is these spline geometries moving through the thickness of the part. You can see that going along the length of the part here, and then from the end on the part, you can see another spline going that way. And what this kind of highlights though is, though despite that the layers are discrete layers, I think I failed to mention earlier though, the layer thickness is about 0.05 millimeters thick. Those are discrete layers though, they're fine enough and small enough that you don't get the stair stepping that you often see with an FDM technique. In FDM, you can see it on this jet that was 3D printed here. You can reduce that by decreasing the layer width, but with an FDM machine, that's going to increase your build time significantly to get those finer, thinner layers. Whereas you don't really need to worry about that. You're always printing at the same speed of CBAM, and yet you still get a nice, smooth spline geometry moving up through there. So you don't have to worry about that stair stepping effect as you would with an FDM print. The next part is the first aid kit restraining strap, which was provided to us by the B1 SPO at Tinker Air Force Base. You can see the original strap in place here on the left. This was a Lexan strap that these were all built essentially back with the original run of the B1 bomber in the 80s, my understanding. They were thermoformed. However, over time, this is kind of the original way it was intended to work. You had your first aid kit in this recess with the strap coming over with the buckle to hold it in position. Very simple. But then at some point, the Air Force upgraded that kit to make it larger. So you can see here in the new configuration. And so essentially to get it to close, they had to start flexing these straps, which led to stress and strain, and the straps began cracking and fracturing, and they've been gluing these things back together because the original tooling to thermoform these parts has been lost, and they haven't made they don't want to make the investment, as near as I can tell, yet to get new tooling. And so at AM is another way that they can look to resolve that without having to get new tooling. So I created models for this strap based off of the original drawings, technical drawings that they sent me. And I created a number of different versions of this strap for demonstration of this part. So first, this is the first iteration I made, and it's essentially the same as the original geometry. Some slight differences. More specifically, I made the walls a bit thicker than they were on the original Lexan strap because at the time I wasn't quite certain what the source of the failures were. I just knew that they were failing, so I figured it'd be easy enough to bulk up those wall thicknesses and it'd still work. Kept the outside geometry the same though, so it'd still fit. Then I went through a couple of other iterations. Here I changed the model, added these spars to go along to further stiffen it, then created one more where the back side of the strap is completely solid. When I finally learned of the actual nature of the failure of the part, I created this one final version where I actually included I modified the geometry a bit more and then include this cutaway version here, where hopefully, because I don't have access to the strap or the panels or anything like that, this one would be able to fit over the first aid kit and close solidly without having to flex at all. And finally, we took the opportunity with this part as well to demonstrate for subsystem components also the ability to print multiple materials and create this fiberglass PA12 strap. We had the opportunity then to take our strap, we took the first three, and took the first three of those straps down to Tinker Air Force Base in April of 2019 and perform a fit check on site. There's a press release there, which if you don't want to hurry and jot down that URL, you can contact me later and I can email it to you. But it had a really good fit. The buckle, as you can see, fit really well over the strap, and so it turned out to be definitely it's a feasible way to be able to replace the strap. But there were questions, of course, for this of whether or not it's going to be, more than just fit. There's other considerations to be made. Specifically, will it qualify to be put on based on its performance in various situations, how it's going to perform. Specifically, we were worried about fire, heat release, smoke density, and toxicity testing. And due to our working with Tinker, we were also able to make contact with the Environmental Test Lab and Advanced Coatings Labs at NIAR, and we were able to perform some of this type of testing on some of the CBAM materials. So over here on the right, you can see a CFPA-12 panel burn test. So we created some panels to the thickness of the first aid kit restraining strap, because we were hoping we'd be able to get this qualified to be for installation on the B-1 bomber. So they're about 0.1 inches thick is the panel thickness for all the different panels we did for all this different testing. And we started out with fire testing and sent the coupons to the Environmental Test Lab. And only performed this on CFPA-12 panels, but this actually failed due to excessive burn time that passed the other metrics. There was a bit of a delay between the time I did the fire testing and then when we did the heat release, smoke density, and toxicity tests. And this gave us time to reach out to Impossible Optics, who make the printer, and were at the time printing not only in CFPA-12 but also CFP to make some panels to do these tests. Unfortunately, both of the materials, they failed the heat release standard, while meanwhile they both passed the smoke density and toxicity testing. Now, in addition to the FST testing that was performed, we did some mechanical characterization, specifically using the ASTM D638 standard and the Type 1 coupons as seen in this diagram to the bottom left. We were able to create some coupons to be tested at the University of Utah Utica Composites Lab. Here's one of the test coupons, and here's the test setup where we used an epsilon extensometer to collect the strain data. And let me show you an example, a representative stress strain curve for that, or for one of these. So mostly linear, and you start getting some nonlinearity right before a sudden failure at the end of the load curve. And I actually observed 3 different failure modes that were present in these tests. The most common one that I observed was a single failure, as you can see at the top here. And that's what you'd expect from a dog bone test, that you're going to get a single failure somewhere in the gauge region. Less common, but still observed a number of times, was the double failure, where it broke usually near the end of the gauge region, probably right near that radius though. And I imagine probably what's happening there is that then it would then rebound and cause a fracture in the middle of the specimen as well, breaking into 3 pieces. And then final failure is a soft break, which is this bottom one, where there's the sudden drop in load, so it's not carrying load anymore, but the fibers are still spanning the gap between the 2 halves of the specimen, and it's just enough to hold it together without really carrying a load. So if you keep pulling on it, it just does fiber pull out. Doesn't really take any load though, but not really. That was the most rare failure I saw, and I'm not really quite sure what the cause difference was between those 3 type of failures though. But those are just the 3 failures we observed. To show you the results of our tensile testing, you can take a look at these 3 graphs here. What I've got is, I think I failed to mention on the last page, is that we ended up doing 52, we did total of 52 specimens tested in 8 different batches. And so what I've got here on the x-axis, I've got these bar charts showing the elongation at break, ultimate tensile stress, and tensile modulus, broken up by batches and then aggregated for all specimens together. And what this is showing is the average value for each metric, with the error bars showing the range of values that were measured for each one of the batches and all the batches together. So you'll notice, of course, there's fairly significant variation between the different batches in the elongation and ultimate tensile stress, where we have a lot less variation, though, with the tensile modulus. And so I have this table here to kind of aggregate those results for you, broken up by batch and all the batches collectively. Some of these batches only had a few coupons because they would come from a build where we had one of the parts for the project along with it. And I tried to keep it at 3. There's only one exception, of that being T6, which only had 2 coupons because this was the coupon batch that was included with the electrical junction box that I mentioned earlier that ended up burning. Yeah, it ended up burning, and so there are only about two of those coupons were salvageable. So anyways, being able to take the average values for tensile modulus and ultimate tensile strength, I made this plot to the right to kind of position CBAM with some comparable materials. As you can see, CBAM is the green diamond there, where CFPA12 for FDM is the red squares, and SLS is the blue triangles there. So if you compare that to the aluminum 6061, the injection molded CFPA12, or the IM78552 carbon plate, you can see that essentially CBAM is kind of on the upper end of performance for the for additive technologies, but it's still not getting us the properties you would expect from injection molding even, much less a composite layup though. In addition to tensile testing, I did some shear testing using the ASTM D3846 standard, the in-plane shear strength for reinforced plastics. And this uses the double notch beam specimen that you can see here below. It's pretty simple. You've got two notches that are offset from each other on either side of the beam, extending to the midplane. It's a compression test. As you can see, this is the test setup here, where I've got the specimen loaded into this jig. That's going to prevent buckling and force failure, shear failure between those notches as it moves in. This turned into a bit of a test development rather than just a data collection, because our initial test wasn't validated, and then there were some details to work out with this one, specifically what's the proper thickness to make these specimens to get them to fail and shear. And so what you can see here is I've got two micrographs. These are the thinner, some of the thinner arms we used. What I'd see with that is, though we wouldn't get buckling overall, you'd get this kind of curving going on at the edges here, and you wouldn't get any sort of real shearing behavior there. You just get some plastic deformation mostly. Whereas here, when we bulk up the arms to a minimum of 0.24 inches, you tend to get this, everything would stay aligned, and you would observe shear failures. Let me kind of show you what those two different types of failures we did observe in these. First, we'll take the black line, and what we'd get is you'd get up a mostly linear section, and you get to this point where it starts to really deviate from linearity, and you get a constant rise in stress until you hit this point where it just suddenly spikes up. That turned out to not be an actual shear failure. You get close, but the actual shearing behavior that we would observe would be the red curve, where you get that same point where it goes nonlinear, you reach a maximum load, and then suddenly it's sheared apart and you get this sudden drop. And you're able to, in addition to the loading curve, the other way to be able to tell that this was happening is by observing this specimen here. When you pull it out of the testing jig, the arms would separate fully. If you had the black behavior, they'd stay together. So as I said, since this turned into a test development rather than a actual data collection, I don't have a lot of results for this. I've got these 4 different specimens of 2 different thicknesses, the 0.24 inch specimens and the 0.31 inch specimens. But taking these, I designated those areas first where it goes nonlinear as an initiation shear strength, and calculated that in this row. And then using the max load, we were able to get another metric, the max force of that. So with all that, actually having completed that, having printed all the different parts, having done the mechanical testing and other things, I was able to start creating some part substitution guidelines, which I used as kind of my, what's the word? As using for kind of my metric for that, though, I used the U.S. Air Force Airworthiness Bulletin 1015. And it's got 5 different points, essentially, to determine if something's airworthy or not, though. And so I used each one of these points to kind of examine how well CBAM's fitting it, where it's lacking, and where it's working out. The first of these is called stability, and that's the idea that the technology, as you can see, is matured. It shows repeatable quality and predictable costs, which we were seeing repeatable quality. The costs are predictable, and I think as part of that, you know, that's essentially fits right into where we want to be, advancing the MRL and TRL from 4 to 5. It's no longer in development, it's now in the demonstration phase, and it's definitely getting there. The processing parameters are well defined for the process, and so it's at this point you can consider it a very stable process. The next step in the airworthiness bulletin is producibility, and this is that current and future production rates can be achieved without affecting costs. So the pricing estimates now are consistent enough so you can compare it to other fabrication methods. So I think it's hitting the producibility well, and I'll go over some of those pricing comparisons in just on the next slide. But in the meantime, let's finish up these part substitution guidelines. The next one is mechanical and physical properties well characterized. As you can probably see from this, mainly what we've got is that the tensile properties have been well characterized. There's a shear test developed, but there's still a dearth of data there. You need to do more testing to really understand it. But a lot of the other properties, such as fracture, fatigue, compression, are still unknown, have yet to be tested, or at least recorded in the literature anywhere. So it's still lacking a bit there. The next one is predictability of performance, analytical, modeling, empirical, or testing methodologies. This is quite lacking for these parts. You can kind of, as for testing methodologies, you can kind of appropriate composite standards and plastic standards, make that will fit for it, but doesn't have anything specific to it. There's not a lot of data yet to do like finite element modeling. So outside of tensile testing and shear, there's not really a whole lot there, and so it needs a lot more work on that front. Finally, supportability. The thermal, environmental, and mechanical deterioration is understood. Pretty much for this, the only thing we've got is that fire smoke, and toxicity testing I mentioned earlier, but other factors are lacking. So in light of that, let me show you real quick cost-benefit analysis that we performed on this part. So we needed an example part, or I wanted to use an example part from something I'd printed. And so initially I was going to use, this is in red, this is the first aid kit restraining strap that we discussed earlier, but Tinker Air Force Base wasn't interested, well, they weren't comfortable with us disseminating the STL model for that part. So instead we modified it to this green version, which is longer, thicker, and a little less wide. And then it has some other different modifications, so it's a different geometry, but it's similar part, and we expect the cost to be the same. And then we created this following build of 3 parts in a single build to use this for our reference. Now, we couldn't really compare this to the original thermoforming process from Lexan because the Air Force doesn't have that information anymore. They don't know what the tooling cost, the lead time, part quantity, or part lead time is anymore. So we got some new estimates for thermoforming out of Kydex, which requires a $4,000 tooling cost, and then about 4 weeks of lead time to get those tools. And then at that point, to create one part, it's about $250 with about 4-week lead time. Looking at injection molding, here we're using the same material combination essentially, so probably shorter fibers. We're doing CFPA 12. It's a much higher tooling cost than what you had with the thermoforming, longer tool lead time, 12 to 14 weeks, bit higher part cost, and then but a shorter lead time on that. And likely that cost benefit analysis wouldn't work out because I doubt I don't think they expect to be producing these at such volume that they're going to need to injection mold these guys. So also for consideration, we have multi-jet fusion, the Mark Forged FDM printer, and then I'm going to also compare the two different material types for CBAM, both CFPA 12 and CF Peak. And so we can kind of look at this and see that we don't have to worry about tooling costs for any of these methods. They all have about the same part lead time, and so that kind of boils down to just cost, more or less, where the multi-jet fusion is the cheapest, but also is only PA12, doesn't have that reinforcement, so might not perform as well mechanically. Then after that, the next one would be the CFPA 12. So there's something we're making available that hopefully engineers can look at and kind of make a determination of, oh, is this appropriate cost that I want to spend for my parts? That takes me on now to start wrapping things up. Let's talk about the technology transition, the project objectives. We split things up into 3 phases here. We won't go over each one of these individually, but essentially at this point, we've completed all the phases. We finished back in June, so the project is is finished at this point, though. I guess we're in the process of finishing number 11 here as we're doing the final presentation. The deliverables are 10 parts were identified for C-band demonstration. 2 materials were used to print these parts, CFPA12 and fiberglass PA12. The tensile testing data results, dimensional QA of the parts were submitted. Those FST results for CFPA12 and CFP, which were nice, kind of an additional, wasn't really in our original plan, but it was nice to include those. Part substitution guidelines based on the airworthiness bulletin I discussed earlier. Trade study and cost benefit analysis, and finally technical data packages. As for the technology transition for MRL and TRL, suggesting that indeed the MRL can be considered to be increased now from 4 to 5 since the C-bands moved out of a lab or development setting into a production relevant environment. This USTAR Innovation Center, it's called. This is where I did all the printing and all the work for these parts near Hill Air Force Base up in Clearfield, Utah. As for the TRL, moving from 4 to 5, that was kind of the main point of this project, though. We were trying to demonstrate technology, which we've done by making these 10 parts for the Air Force. And real quick, here's a collage, of the different parts I printed. There's a few of these I didn't really discuss here just due to time's sake. Presentation's already getting long, though, but one is an aircraft door handle here. That was a redesigned part. This is a slat rub block, sacrificial part against aluminum plate. This is a lever for an F-16 simulator. And finally, the last one is a little clamp that goes with this electrical junction box. As for our next steps, first we're looking at the use of CBAM in private industry, specifically working with a company called Electrifly. And they're creating this vertical takeoff and landing VTOL personal aircraft you can see over here. Essentially a one-man drone you can ride. And so we're kind of helping them in various ways, seeing if we can reduce weight. The next one is embedded devices using CBAM. Since it's easy enough, you have the stack of sheets. It's trivial in a lot of ways to essentially be able to place something between those sheets. And so it really lends itself well to the idea of embedded devices. So what I did is a simple proof of concept. It's a very simple device I installed here. It's a sheet of aluminum foil, which I put at the midplane of these 2 panels I printed and then baked it, and they were well consolidated around it. So there's probably a lot of potential there, but it's definitely a doable process. As mentioned before, more mechanical characterization needs to be made, shear, fracture, and compression. Finally, probably more FST and other qualification testing needs to be done. And the final item, that I'll talk about here, there are other steps, of course, though, is using, rather than thermoplastic matrices, using thermoset matrix material for CBAM. With that, I'll quickly show you guys the deliverables slides, everything that we're delivering to them. And I'll stop there, and I will take any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Devin. That was a great presentation. We're just going to do one quick one here because we're running a little bit over on time. The first one you already addressed, but what's the typical time to achieve a final part, including print, pressing, and excavation?
That's a good question. So it'll depend on how large your sheets, how large the print is, of course. It takes about 20 seconds to print a sheet. How to do some, I could do a bunch of math for everyone, but no one wants me to do that. I'd say it takes about a 2-day process usually to get a part if it's dedicated, because a large part of that is the cooling of the heated press you have to wait for. So once you've gotten up to temperature and compressed, then you've got to wait for that to cool down. And then really the excavation extraction part will depend on how intricate the part is. So some will take more time, others will take less time. How much mechanical removal you can do versus sandblasting can also help quite a bit. So, but typically I can turn around a part in about 2 days. That's what. Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for joining us and sharing all this great effort with us.
No problem.
At this point, I'm gonna ask John Wazinski to come to the stage, and I think he'll be providing some closing remarks.
All right, we're live again. So thanks, Devin, and thanks to everybody. It's been an awesome last couple of days.